Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone from Horseshoe. Save that for the end. Alongside Racing Rachel,
look, I wore my
track announcer
chopstick and
John
everything.
G. Dooley. We've got a lot of racing to cover here today for all of you fans. We've got 11 races in total, 10 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. That during the 7 o'clock hour. So we're going to be busy all day in addition to the thoroughbred portion of the card. Racing Rachel, 2 premier races among them. Looking forward to the William Henry Harrison, one of those 2 premier races as part of the card.
Yes, when I go outside, I'll put on my warm dress, but right now it's freezing up here. The weather is beautiful, but we do have the Shelby County and the William Henry Harrison, 8 and 9, and that's not our final thoroughbred race. We have another maiden to close out the sequence for the late pick 5, so it's going to be a really fun betting day, I think, and we also have 1 quarter horse event. We're not going to leave our quarter horse family out today. They're going to be running in race 11. So a wonderful card for you today. Just a tremendous effort from Chris Polzin and beautiful weather to boot.
Let's talk about the weather. Sunny skies here. Temperatures in the low 80s. So really another wonderful day in town, and especially with a big card with 11 races on tap here today, as we noted. 2 premier races. Rachel mentioned in addition to the William Henry Harrison, the Shelby County. So we've got a lot to look forward to today, a lot to handicap today. Main track fast. We've got that $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 also to take a look at. And the turf course is firm. Turf rail this week set at 36 feet. Sunny skies, but for the official race day forecast for a hump day here at the track, let's check in with Weather Authorities Fox 59's Krista McEnany standing by to look at the forecast for our racing program here today at the shoe. Krista, hello.
Another excellent day out at the track. We'll keep plenty of sunshine around as we head through the rest of the afternoon, and mostly clear skies into the evening as well. Low humidity today, and temperatures climb into the low 80s this afternoon, dropping down into the upper 70s by the time you're heading on home. Enjoy the race.
Races.
Yeah, we've got 11 of them, Krista, including that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash that Rachel talked about to wrap up the card during the 7 o'clock hour. So an action-packed day ahead. Let's really recap yesterday, by the way. Speaking of quarter horse action, Mr. Michael made it an 18th career win. That was Edgar Diaz or Claudio Barazza. As far as the leading quarter horse jockeys go, we've got Eduardo Luna Diaz and Danny Martinez. They're tied with 8. Edgar Diaz now with a half-dozen wins at the season as far as those top quarter horse jockeys go. Thoroughbred side of things, Fernando de la Cruz, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., who has 3 riding titles here to his credit, FDLC, and MP Jr. tied at 15.
That's right, but we did have a double from one of the ladies yesterday, Summer Pauly. We're going to talk about her, show her replays here. The race 6 is where we're going to start it off at. And with Dawi, Lily Gonzalez, $41 horse, baby.
I was going to buy some merch on the new gift shop, Railbirds, that's open on the first floor. We know you're checking that out today, but look at those odds. It was Dowie, 8-5 on tap, tap, tap it in. I mean, good enough ride by Mitchell Murrell. Just couldn't get to Dowie as illegal contact closed into the exacta. Favorite there, tap, 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 and it was back in third. Spring turned to Summer at a price yesterday here at the shoe.
And on the race 7, she got to enjoy some bourbon and spice as a nice little reward for this winner. It was a $7 horse, so not a favorite, but not a big long shot for Ed Moger.
Right to the front. I mean, Bourbon and Spice, Summer Pauly going to the lead here in this maiden turf sprint, and absolutely outkicks them home. Had enough left in the tank, and Summer makes it 2. So Summer Pauly, a couple of winners here on the card to start off the race week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to the connections of both Dowie, that 19-1 winner, and it was Bourbon and Spice and Summer in our 7th of the day here on Tuesday's racing card.
Yes, very happy for Summer, and we have a wonderful day for her to roll. Is she on any today? We've got some really live ones. Mitchell had a triple and a double in the last couple weeks. He's got some live ones today for Brad Cox as well. It's going to be an interesting day. I can't wait to see how it plays out.
We mentioned Fernando de la Cruz, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Thoroughbred jockeys. They're tied at the top of the leaderboard going into our racing program here today with 15. Alberto Burgos, a past champion, right there with 14. And then you've got Joe Ramos, of course, also a title holder here at the track, tied with Mitchell Murrell, 13 wins apiece. And so far as the leading thoroughbred trainers go, Randy Klopp is 4 up over John Herron, 18-14 the score there. And leading owners so far at this meet, well, that's Herron Thoroughbreds with a dozen wins here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. But yesterday, we mentioned Mr. Michael winning the Carter Riley overnight stakes. That was Edgar Diaz or Claudia Barazza. Want to point out, quarter horse-wise, trainer Tony Cunningham, he's only 3 away from 1,000 career quarter horse victories.
Yes, he is. We've got the Tony Cunningham poster printed, and the watch has begun.
First Floor OTB, if you're joining us here on track. Yesterday we had Tuesdays all the way through mid-July, so more than a month to go in the Tuesday contest. That's the Jockey's Agent contest. Congratulations to Nancy Spence. She was playing online for that contest at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. But today, for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, we know Wednesdays are for winning, but this is for those on-track players, and that's good news because if you're joining us here on track, not only your chance to pick up the title in today's Racing Rachel's Warriors contest. First floor, though, Railbird's gift shop open now, so you can get really 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, head down to the first floor counter to enter into this free contest. It's 100 for first, 75 for second, and 25 for third. And the winner does end up in the final for $2,000. And while you're there, as John said, hit up the gift shop. It is right behind the program stand where you sign up.
And it's good, too, because you'll get some exercise and also warm up because Racing Rachel's freezing here in the clubhouse. And, well, we hope things
in my pocket.
We're going to warm things up with an 11-race card here today, and we've got just as many tomorrow. No live racing on Friday, but a big event coming up here on Saturday. Of course, up at Saratoga, the running of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga as the construction finishes up there in Elmont, New York. Granted, no Triple Crown on the line. Golden Tempo looking good there up at the spa for Cherie DeVoe, who became the first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby, taking out Derby 152 with Golden Tempo. Napoleon Solo winning Preakness 151 there at Laurel Park this year. So with the Belmont Stakes being staged at Saratoga, we've got Empire of Hope, Rachel, coming up here this Saturday. We start off at 10:45 a.m. And it's a day really as we raise awareness and funds for Racehorse Aftercare.
We're very excited to also have Race for Aftercare. I don't know if you guys follow me on X, but you saw that I played in the golf outing on Monday. It was a lot of fun. James Graham is the best to play golf with. I mean, it was zinger after zinger after zinger. But definitely join us. They're going to be here, and all of our aftercare that we represent will as well. It's going to be a fun event, so come see us this Saturday. It's early post, and that did get some confusion at the golf outing because we normally reserve those early posts for only quarter horse, but see, because they have moved up some of these post times to a little bit earlier, we do this to stagger between their races, which is what everybody asks to do. If you're smart, you're not going to run on top of other tracks. So we're obliging you. Be here on Saturday at 10:45 a.m.
If you're here today, 5:55, it's one of 2 premier races on the Wednesday card here at the track against Sunny, Fast and Firm. Let's take a look at the Shelby County, Rachel, these sprinters here. These are the distaffers going the 6 furlong distance, and a field of 9, no program changes in the Shelby County. And who's your top pick, or what are your thoughts about the first of our premier races?
Well, I went back and forth between, I was on Bick earlier, and I liked the inside, Imagine the Moon. Honestly, was the one talented, and she's kind of high strung, so she'll be interesting to watch. We'll see how excited she is today, but I'm not sure how it's going to play out. There's a lot of early speed. The kid Pataki put up a 1:21 early pace time form U.S. figures, which is insane. I'm really into the early time form right now. But Brittany's Golden Faith has a little bit of late pace. And I think Imagine the Moon is talented enough as well and very consistent. So this is a tough race for me, but I went 1. And then Steve's very rarely ever wrong about these Indiana races. And so I moved Work It Windy up. Literally, and if she doesn't finish well, I'm going to blame Bick. And Evan Roman and Rob Dobbs get together. But, yeah, Imagine the Moon's off the layoff. Work It Windy, she raced on May 13th in that Corningstone. Ended up 5th, and I think she could just do so much better than that. I'm not really sure. She kind of got trapped on the inside. But that's one. And then I'm going to round it out with the 2, the kid Pataki, because I just can't get over that high speed figure. I think it's definitely going to make him in the mix.
How is that not a son of blame already? Blame
yeah,
Bick.
blame Bick. How did I not? Yeah, that's what I should have named this Indiana bred. Instead of Sophie Runningham, I should
still
have
like
named
that.
it.
That's a great name, though.
I should have named it Blame Vic.
Shelby County handicap today. Don't forget, 1 week from today, we're going to welcome the mayor with the Mayor Scott Ferguson Classic, and a lot of great activities celebrating the community here in Shelbyville. The Shelby County Day, that's 1 week from today. Hope you can join us on July 15th, post time similar to today at 2:10. That's in 1 week's time. Okay, let's talk about the William Henry Harrison. We've got the Fillies and Mares sprinting in the 8th. And in the 9th race, it's the boys' turn to be in the spotlight. It's the 626, race 9 of 11. How about the William Henry Harrison?
I've got a couple long shots in here. I've got top picks, but then I am going to, when I handicap it, mix in a couple for superfectas, and if you guys want to make multi-race wagers, I'd include the 8 in here, Muckadoo from Danny Simpson, and the 9, obviously, Slam Dunk Justice. I don't know why I left Slam Dunk Justice off. If he, I just think that these other couple horses are going to be better. The 2 and the 5, Tiz Eddie and Mondavila interests me a lot. Second off the layoff, this one has an early speed figure. If you go back to last July in allowance, this horse put up a 100 Brisnet speed figure in a 6 furlong race. So that's what we're doing today, and I just think Tiz Eddie has a ton of speed. And also has a bullet work going into this race. And then Mondavila interests me a lot, and CJ Storm. So Mondavila has an early pace rating of 109, should link up with the 2. And then I think that CJ Storm, if they go too hard and they start pressing each other, which they've raced together before, it's not like they're going to be potentially doing that. These horses are racing against each other. But if they do get that way, which you never know, they could feel squirrely today. CJ Storm is one of my favorites, and he is the 4 for John Horan, who we just mentioned.
14 wins.
Yep. Amir Mendoza is riding, and this one has a late pace of 78, which is one of the highest. And my favorite thing about CJ Storm is he's an Indiana bred that somebody got at the Itoba sale, and I'm saying this because all of my friends are obviously thoroughbred owners and breeders, but also because they're a sponsor. And it's good to know, if you look in here, you can see this horse cost $6,000. His earnings are $351,000, and he's still churning out nice races. He was 3rd in an optional. I think he ended the year. Yeah, he won the Too Much Coffee October 1st last year. So the guy's not done. He throws in a couple clunkers every once in a while, but I think he's got a shot to run a big today.
Nice card here today with 11 races in total.
We only went a couple minutes over.
And yeah, we're fast and firm. No, that's a great.
Send it to B.
Appreciate that. Racing Rich with a great preview of today's handicap action with the William Henry Harrison and the Shelby County. Looking forward to the running of those. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Heredoro Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the Winner's Circle sponsor. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. B&H Electric, they've got locations in town again. 1 week from today, it'll be Shelby County Day, celebrating all things here. Of course, the town where we have racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Seymour and Bloomington locations for B&H Electric. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Midwest Rancher, great to have them as a sponsor with us here in 2026. Nice job, Rach. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. Their location, 101 West Laurel Street in Seymour. You can ring them up at 812-680-4204. And Russ Hubler Ford, check out their dealership in Greensburg. Just tell them Racing Rachel sent you. They're on the web at www.russhublerford.com. You can call them at 812-651-4615. See them in their dealership there in Greensburg. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. Reach out to all of us on X and also track-wise. Don't forget, at HS Indy Racing on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Another beautiful one here in town. We hope you enjoyed a little preview of the racing action we've got for you here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but keep it right here. Quick timeout on this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, we call it the B block. Brian and I are going to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5 right after this. For Racing Rachel,
I'm gonna do my hair.
Track announcer John G. Dooley. We're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
It's the wave.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, the B block here on a beautiful Wednesday, and what a Wednesday it is. We've got 11 of them carded, 10 thoroughbreds, 1 quarter horse race, a ton of action. It's opening day up at Saratoga, I know, but you would be remiss to watch Saratoga versus the B block here at Wire to Wire because our pick fives continue to pay great. We had huge payoffs yesterday in the pick fives. I expect that trend to continue because today's card challenges yesterday's card for the best card of the season. I thought yesterday's card was the best of 2026. Today's card, even better. And it's a huge day of racing. It may only be a Wednesday. You've made it through halfway through your work week as well, so congratulations to that. But when I was going through this card, it was challenging. It was wide open. It was great betting races. We've got some handicaps near the back of the card. Very excited for those handicaps in races 8 and 9. And then we're back in that turf course for the final race of the day and that final leg of that early daily double. So let's take a look at this early pick 5 sequence. It does kick off with 3-year-old fillies, maiden claiming. And with maiden claiming, usually when I hear maiden claiming, I hear inconsistent or untrustworthy. And that's kind of what I see when I look at this group. You've got a first-time starter, some horses that are lightly raced in this field going 6 furlongs, kicking off just a great card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I wanted to go a little bit deep. I thought this was a challenging race to navigate. I didn't really see anybody that truly stood out. All Bark, No Bite is a horse who had significant trouble going longer last time out. Had Santos Sandra, was bet down to 1-2, was literally all dressed up with nowhere to go at the top of the lane. And once they got space, ultimately the race was over behind El Siriano. So I'll use All Bark, No Bite on the cutback. I'll also use the 6 and the 7 in here. The outside runners that are currently a little bit of price. Sig X5 for Aaron West. Sammy Bermuda is a first-time starter for St. Simon Place. This horse who has 18 workouts prior to debut. I'm not sure I like that. 18 workouts and then debuting for a tag. That's usually a little bit of a question mark, but the rest of this field, this is the only one who's undefeated. Debuting with Lasix for Aaron West, who can win at first asking, getting his main man, Sammy Bermudez, aboard. And then number 7, Dream Fast, a horse who has always been at the maiden special weight level last year at 3, now comes in as a 4-year-old in for maiden claiming, and Tim Eggleston has been heating up here recently. Turf to dirt and play. This horse could be improved. I know they were high on this horse because this horse got some action on debut, and you don't get action on debut if there aren't expectations built in or you weren't training well. Dream Fast is sneaky in here at 10-1. 4, 6, and 7 for yours truly, kicking off an awesome card here on June 3rd. Race number 2 kicks off that $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout, one of the lowest in the entire country. 1 mile and 70 yards going to be the distance. 1, 3, 4, and 6. Yes, I am going 4 deep in a 6-horse field. However, I do not have your odds-on favorite instant replay. Don't like what I see in those workouts. Thankfully for KentuckyBred.org, been able to watch those 3 workouts over at Keeneland, and I am fairly unimpressed. And then you've got a horse who also ran in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby here last year, then won the Sunland Derby, comes back in an allowance race. I think this is probably a starting point for this horse, but it certainly does not look to be an animal that is cranked and ready to go for the first start of 2026. I think there's bigger bullets in the chamber, per se, for this horse down the line. This is likely a race under the belt that the 4-year-old colt by Maximum Security looks like he needs. He is 5 for 10 I respect the connections. I respect Fernando de la Cruz, but he is going to be an absolute play against for me in both the pick 5 and the pick 4, and we have a vulnerable favorite, at least in my opinion, with instant replay in race number 2. Race number 3, scratch the 1 and 6. This field came up salty. This is a tough group in here. This may not have a stakes name by any means, but this is stakes quality talent in here. I'm going to go with just the 3. I think Fact is a horse who's training very, very well over at Keeneland. Bill Walden, all he's done is win 2 out of the 3 horses he sent here. Fernando de la Cruz going to be aboard. I forgave that last start over at Keeneland. Never really got into the race. Had a little bit of trouble. But this might be a horse who always works out well because he's been favored in 4 out of 6 and he's only won 1 time. He hasn't really lived up to the expectations, or at least the expectations that the bettors have placed on him because, he hasn't won. He's taken a lot of action, but he hasn't necessarily won. That's a big question in here, so we'll see if Fact is fact or fiction as a single in race number 3. Race number 4, a great betting opportunity presents itself in here. We've got claimers, $5,000 claimers. Because of that great betting opportunity, that would tell you that it is a challenging race. I don't believe anyone to be trustworthy in here. I think this is a wide-open betting event. Not sure who's going to get the lead. I think Monumental Justice is likely going to take some action for Thomas Medina, Alberto Burgos. I always caution, layoff, huge class drop. Usually not a good sign, especially when, because of that layoff, you could withdraw from that claiming tag, and they don't, so they're in for 5. Monumental Justice is strictly the horse to beat, but for me, not the horse to bet. So those are kind of my angles, just a little thing. Layoff, huge class drop, always a big concern for me. Those two usually don't go hand in hand. I don't mind class drops. I appreciate running where you need to be and in with your friends and getting paychecks and paying your way. I understand that this is a business game. However, when you couple that with a layoff, certainly I'm out. I think this race is wide open in the 4th. Race number 5, we step on that turf course for the first time of the day. Kicks off the $1 Horseshoe hat trick. It doesn't kick off the late fire 5. In fact, this race only kicks off that Horseshoe hat trick, which is very special. Late fire 5 kicks off in race number 6. I'm going to go just the 5 and the 7 in here. Midnight Capper, along with Sweet Heat at 4 to 5, Carrot Toy. And at Midnight Capper, Bob Gorham, trying the turf for the second time. Love Horses doing that for the second time. Too deep in race number 5 as we're fast and firm on a beautiful day in Shelbyville, Indiana. John G. Dooley's made his way up to the announcer's booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes at the 15-minute mark behind an excellent day of racing. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, another beautiful one in town. Sunny skies, low 80s. Main track fast and the turf course rated firm. Out there on that Caesars course. Turf rail set at 36 feet. We are fast and firm. 11 races carded. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. In the maiden, at the top of the card, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 2, standard addition, add 6 pounds to the listed program weight. All 9 start in the maiden opener. In the second race, here the first leg of the $1 early pick 4. Race 2, no changes. On to the third we go. And in this one, scratch 1 Ice Express and the 6, Little Jake. Scratch the 1 and the 6. No rider changes. Number 8, Have Guns, Will Travel, 4 pounds over. In race 4, scratch number 1, Air Force Lightning. Number 1, Air Force Lightning has been scratched. The 2, Monumental Justice. The ownership is Blanca Salazar. Blanca Salazar, the owner of record for number 2, Monumental Justice. That's a program correction. Turning to the 5th, Do It 412. First of those today on the turf course. This for the start of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Scratch the 4, Tamarack Square, and number 9, Skip Injustice. The 4 and the number 9 both scratched from the turf. On to the 6th race we go. Maiden 3-year-old filly sprint. Here scratch the 8, Pious, and the 13, Gone Too Far. Scratch the 8 and the number 13. Once again, no rider changes. Reported overweight on the 5, Shirley and Angel, plus 5 pounds. In the 7th race, first off, scratch the 10, Just Happy to Be Here, 13, Veneno Futuro, and the 14, Hobby Cat. Starting with the scratches, take out the 10, 13, and the number 14. Number 2, the Dover Spectre. The jockey will be Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada rides the 2, the Dover Spectre. Here, no overweights. Number 1, Winston, an ownership correction. Club 65 Racing LLC make James Patrick O'Neill the principal. James Patrick O'Neill, the principal of record for Club 65 Racing LLC. That's part of the ownership of the Argentine-bred number 1, Winston, in the turf. Race 8, the first of 2 premier races here on a sunny day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No changes in the Shelby County. That's the 8th of 11 at 5:55 p.m. 9th race, the William Henry Harrison Handicap. No changes in the 9th. No changes in our premier races of the day. The Shelby County, William Henry Harrison, no changes. On to the 10th race we go. This the last leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Scratch the 1, Degree of Risk, and take out the 4, Lincoln Highway. There'll be no pentafecta wagering featured. There's that wagering note. No pentafecta. Scratch the 1 and the yellow 4 from the turf. Okay, last of the day, race 11. That's at 7:24. A quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Overweights. The 3, Apolitical Trace KR, plus 7. The 4, Hammer Down Cartel, 4 over. Number 7, Hasta La Vista, 6 over. Number 9, Lavish Sentacha, and 6 pounds to the program weight. Number 10, Savage Chef, 7 pounds over. And the quarter horse maiden juvenile, that's race 11 to cap off the day. Top of the hour. Sunny skies, horses in the walking ring for the maiden sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Sunny, low 80s. Fast, turf course firm. Turf rail out there on the Caesars course set at 36 feet this race week. We'll have the opener due off in 10 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses called postward for the first race. Maiden sprint at 6 furlongs to start the card, a field of 9. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 2, Standard Edition, at 6 pounds to the listed program weight. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Maiden to kick off. Rolling doubles, 50 cent pick 3. Start here the 50 cent early pick 5. Sunny, Fast and Firm for the turf races. Turf rail set at 36 feet out there on the Caesars course. Fast and Firm, 3 minutes to post time, 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Amir Mendoza with Midnight Legacy. Fernando de la Cruz with Mega Witch coming up. Mega Witch has joined Midnight Legacy, loading for the maiden. Patrick Valenzuela with Standard Edition. Simmer Bermudez. First-time starter, Sig X5. Right now, all bark, no bite, 3-2 the first favorite. Sig X5 loaded. Jose Gutierrez, Jackson's Bunny. Andres Aloa, Dream Fast went in okay. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with all bark, no bite. Luis Contreras, Jay Zuno, drew 8. One more, Mitchell Morrow with Recomputing. At 6 furlongs. Sunny, Fast and Firm. It's the first of 11 on the day. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Recomputing, caught a flyer for Mitchell Morrow. Quickly engaged by Mega Witch, who's going for an early attack on Recomputing, and Midnight Legacy third and tight at the rail as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole where out in front the battle ensues. All bark, no bite is now gaining ground, closing into the heated battle up front with Jay Zuno running in 5th. It's a break of 7 more to Standard Edition with around the black cap there for Patrick Valenzuela, Jackson's Buddy between horses. Sig X5 is posted wide with just over 3 furlongs to run, while Dream Fast trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter was fought through in 23.46 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole with Fernando de la Cruz, it's Mega Witch. Mega Witch in front, put away Recomputing as these maidens turn for home, and all bark, no bite now looms up for Mega Witch. Midnight Legacy straightens away in third. The half mile in 46.68 seconds, and with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., all bark, no bite gain the advantage. 1 furlong to go. Midnight Legacy second toward the inside, both for Gennaro Garcia. With Mega Witch running in third, well clear. Standard Edition is fourth. All bark, no bite. All bark, no bite gets the result by 4. Midnight Legacy was second. Mega Witch third, well clear. Standard Edition finished back in fourth. $112.95 after the maiden. 4-1-5-2-1 official 4. All bark, no bite. 2-1 first, 1 Midnight Legacy. 10-1 second, it's a Gennaro Garcia 1-2 finish after the maiden sprint. 5 Mega Witch. At 7-5, the first favorite ran third, and 2 Standard Edition. 39-1 getting into the frame for P-Val. 4-1-5-2, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. This is leading 16th win of the meet. Here for Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables. Son of Country House, off the mark, in his 5th career start. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 4 All Bark No Bite with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. His leading 16th win of the meet. All Bark No Bite is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Country House out of the Broken Valmare. For Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Son of Country House leads home with Gennaro Garcia 1-2 after the maiden. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of All Bark, No Bite, paid 2-1. First results in for 1 exacta, $33 even. The Gennaro Garcia 1-2. Mega Witch was third. 50-cent trifecta 415, $31.65. Standard edition getting into the frame for P-Val. The 10-cent superfecta 4152 paid $33.72. In the maiden, the favorite was third. All 9 started 112.95. 10 more to go. 18 minutes away from race 2 of 11 carded on a beautiful one. Sunny, fast, and firm. No changes in race 2. 6 run. Exacta trifecta superfecta double pick 3. Next to the start to the $1 early pick 4, fast and firm. Post time 2:38 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on All Bark, No Bite. Owing and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Recomputing, caught a flyer for Mitchell Murrell. Quickly engaged by Mega Witch, who's going for an early attack on recomputing, and Midnight Legacy third and tight at the rail as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole where out in front the battle ensues. All Bark No Bite is now gaining ground, closing into the heated battle up front with Jay Zuno running in 5th. It's a break of 7 more to Standard Edition with around the black cap there for Patrick Valenzuela, Jackson's buddy between horses. Sig X5 is posted wide with just over 3 furlongs to run, while Dream Fast trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter was fought through in 23.46 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole with Fernando de la Cruz, it's Mega Witch. Mega Witch in front, put away recomputing as these maidens turn for home, and All Bark No Bite now looms up for Mega Witch. Midnight Legacy straightens away in third. The half mile in 46.68 seconds, and with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., All Bark No Bite gain the advantage. 1 furlong to go. Midnight Legacy second toward the inside, both for Gennaro Garcia. With Mega Witch running in third, well clear. Standard Edition is fourth. All Bark No Bite. All Bark No Bite gets the result by 4. Midnight Legacy was second. Mega Witch third, well clear. Standard Edition finished back in fourth.
AI Allen, here to go over my selections for the second race today. Race 2 at Horseshoe Indianapolis is set to be an exciting allowance optional claimer over 1 mile and 70 yards on a fast dirt track. The purse for this race is $49,680, and it's open to horses aged 3 and older. Let's take a look at the contenders. My top picks for a frontrunner race. Bedard, 3. With the highest early pace rating of 123, Bedard is favored in this frontrunner race. He also boasts a spotlight rating of 115, indicating top overall performance. Brad Cox is a high percentage trainer and is 34% when he's the beaten favorite. The jockey Mitchell Murrill has finished in the money 6 of his last 9 races. Instant Replay 2, although he has a lower early pace rating of 70, his spotlight rating of 113 marks him as a strong contender for overall performance. He gets the track's leading jockey in the irons. Brad and Fernando are 3 for 3 in the money together recently. Archie the Giza, 4. His early pace rating of 81 might challenge his chances for early speed. Given the race type favors frontrunners, focusing on horses like Bedard and Nick's Glory with high early pace ratings could be beneficial. Shout out to Chris Polzin and the crew for putting together a tremendous card, and good luck!
The horses call postword for the second race. This race will be run on the main track at Bum Island, 70 yards, all 6 run. There are no program changes. On parade, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Main track fast, the turf course firm. Turf rail on the Caesars course this week set at 36 feet. Fast and firm and close to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiroz. Rodney Prescott with speed bias. Alberto Burgos, Archie the Giza. Joint speed bias, loading up. Fernando de la Cruz with instant replay. 4-5 on instant replay. Nick's Glory would be a double for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Mitch Myrtle with Bedard. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Evan Roman with Friar Newton. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. They're off, and Bedard was slow to go. Sharp away for Nick's Glory and Friar Newton right there with the orange cap who follows. Nick's Glory, who seizes the early advantage for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. after Bedard broke last. They enter the first turn, and Nick's Glory, the early leader from Friar Newton, and Speed Bias right there tucked in with a white cap. Instant replay is running in fourth as Nick's Glory leads the sextet to the back of the track. Bedard is second to last, and Archie the Giza trails. The opening quarter for Nick's Glory, 24.54 seconds with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Nice easy lead this for Nick's Glory, allowed to dictate terms by 3/4 length to Friar Newton. Fernando de la Cruz in the 2025 Super Derby winner. Instant replay just running in third. Speed bias toward the inside. Bedard and Archie the Giza taking closer order. They go past the half-mile pole. Nick's Glory, Friar Newton still 1-2. Instant replay now joins in the three-path. Speed bias has been saving ground for Rodney Prescott. Bedard looking to gain on the front outside, and Archie the Giza being asked to pick them up now by Alberto Burgos. The half mile in a tick over 49. They round the far turn. Nick's Glory just leads. Friar Newton has been pursuing hard for Evan Roman. And here's instant replay who's gearing up, and Bedard coming four wide now for Mitchell Murrell. Archie the Giza follows Bedard into the stretch. Speed bias is last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.67 seconds. First run of the year for instant replay as Bedard is coming with a long run right after instant replay. Who's tenacious for Fernando. Dropping back was Nick's Glory from his early efforts. Instant replay comes back to the track on top and holds Bedard. Friar Newton was third. Nick's Glory from Archie the Giza and Speed Bias trailed them home. Instant replay. Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox, a Wolfman Racing win. $140.91, it's unofficial. 2, 3, and then a show photo. Unofficial, first number 2, instant replay at Diva Money. 3, Bedard. 2 to 1 second after a slow start. Friar Newton with Nick's Glory, Archie the Giza, and Speed Bias. Stewart's Inquiry into the stretch run. The judges have posted number 6, Friar Newton third, and 5, Nick's Glory fourth. 2, 3, 6, 5, hold all bets. First up in 2026 for instant replay. Fernando de la Cruz or Brad Cox and Wolfman Racing. Stewart's Inquiry into the stretch. Hold all tickets. No changes will be made to the running order. There was a steward's inquiry into the stretch run. No infractions to warrant any DQs. 2, 3, 6, 5. That result will stand pat per the stewards. Winner of the 2025 Super Derby at Louisiana Downs was fifth here in town to Tip Top Thomas in last year's Indiana Derby. Comes back on top in his first run of the year. Here's to Instant Replay with Fernando de la Cruz. Instant Replay is a 4-year-old big colt by Maximum Security. Out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Academy Gal, Brad Cox trains for Wafnan Racing. The one was bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis welcomes back here to the track. Instant Replay. Once again, there was an inquiry into the running of race 2. No changes made after the steward's review. 2-3 exacta paid $12.40. 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-6, $10.70. 4 and 2 double paid $14.20. Nick's Glory was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 2-3-6-5, netted $13.96. Favorite first, all 6 ran, 140.91. 21 minutes away from race 3 in the next. Scratch 1 Ice Express and 6 Little Jake. Scratch the 1 and the number 6. No rider changes. Number 8, Have Guns Will Travel, plus 4 pounds. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time for race 3 of 11 on the day will be at 3:09. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. They're off, and Bedard was slow to go. Sharp away for Nick's Glory and Friar Newton right there with the orange cap who follows. Nick's Glory, who seizes the early advantage for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. after Bedard broke last. They enter the first turn, and Nick's Glory, the early leader from Friar Newton, and Speed Bias right there tucked in with a white cap. Instant Replay is running in fourth as Nick's Glory leads the sextet to the back of the track. Bedard is second to last, and Archie the Giza trails. The opening quarter for Nick's Glory, 24.54 seconds with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Nice easy lead this for Nick's Glory, allowed to dictate terms by 3/4 length to Friar Newton. Fernando de la Cruz in the 2025 Super Derby winner. Instant Replay just running in third. Speed Bias toward the inside. Bedard and Archie the Giza taking closer order. They go past the half-mile pole. Nick's Glory, Friar Newton still 1-2. Instant Replay now joins in the 3-path. Speed Bias has been saving ground for Rodney Prescott. Bedard looking to gain on the front outside, and Archie the Giza being asked to pick them up now by Alberto Burgos. The half-mile in a tick over 49. They round the far turn. Nick's Glory just leans. Friar Newton has been pursuing hard for Evan Roman. And here's Instant Replay who's gearing up, and Bedard coming 4 wide now for Mitchell Murrell. Archie the Giza follows Bedard into the stretch. Speed Bias is last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.67 seconds. First run of the year for Instant Replay as Bedard is coming with a long run right after Instant Replay, who's tenacious for Fernando. Dropping back was Nick's Glory from his early efforts. Instant Replay comes back to the track on top and holds Bedard. Friar Newton was third. Nick's Glory from Archie second.
We're 10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a allowance here today with a couple of scratches. The 1 is out of this race, and the 6 as well. Ice Express and Little Jake. We got first time gelding in here, some pretty nicely bred horses. We'll see if we can't get Brad Cox a double here is what he's looking for. And I did put the 2, 3 to 5 on top here in this. Excuse me. I'm sorry. The 3 is 3 to 5. The 2 is 2 to 1. I'll take it on Quality Mischief. This is a 3-year-old colt that Brad Cox is bringing in here today, and what a really nice colt, obviously. We've got Jose Gutierrez, the bug boy, aboard, so we're getting a little extra weight there. This horse has ran 5 times, and he's only finished once in the money, and it was the win, where he likes to come from really far back. He was in a maiden race here, so he broke the maiden here, and it got taken off the turf, and then they went to fairgrounds. He ran in the gun runner and only got beaten a length for 4th in that race. You love to see it. And then ended up trying the Risen Star and some other grade 3s. He just showed he's not really a grade 3 guy, but he's by Into Mischief, obviously amazing. Quality Road Dam, Quality Way, $300,000 purchase. And I think this is going to be easy work, for him, hopefully. Here, oh, this is the 3rd race. Aaron, you're probably going to kill me. I was looking at race 2. You're just following me. Okay, then let's go to the 5. You want to? He's late again. Rachel. I haven't done that in so long, and I think twice. Once last year and this year, I've been on the wrong page. It's happened to other people when I'm on with them. This is the other Brad Cox trainee, the 5. He's late again. So here in race 3, Brad's got the 2. And then that Bill Walden looks good. Fountain Lake from Johnny Ortiz is the 4. And then we have the 5. So we have a lot of horses on the inside that are going to be pressing the pace, it looks like. The 5, he's late again, has put up some really nice numbers coming off the pace. 2 back at Fairgrounds. Star Guitar, that was the 91. Brisnet Speed Figure. 81 last time at Evangeline. And now he's coming back here to Indy. Never ran, I'm sorry, in Indy, but Brad is bringing this one here. Aurelius Maximus, a Pioneer of the Nile, is the grandsire there. Pioneer of the Nile, as we know, is the sire for American Pharaoh, and then Pixie Devil. So he's got a couple of nice ones. And then the 3, Fact, Fernando de la Cruz. This is one I just mentioned for William Walden. I have taken note. Him and Beckman have really had some horses that have been live in these kind of races. You look at some of the trainers and it's out of a lot of percentages, but lucky for you guys, the only thing I focus on is Indiana. So notice that. This one's adding Lasix. Took off since February 14th, since Valentine's Day and my son's birthday, and now is coming back rested. I like that a lot, and is obviously dropping down in class. From 120,000 and taken off 49 days. So yeah, the 3 also looks really good and filled out and wonderful in the paddock. And then we'll round it out with my little bit of a long shot, Lucius Versus. Sammy B is aboard for Aaron West. I just can't leave Aaron West out. Every time I leave Aaron West out, he beats me. So he's one of those guys. Lucius Versus, this one sounds like a Harry Potter character, which I love. I also love his sire, Violence. I think is one of the best looking racehorses I've ever seen in my life. And he's also exiting a Keeneland $120,000 allowance. It's very much the same. For my last few, he's never ran a true 2 turns, and he's taken the blinkers off as well. Look at the scope on this guy. I mean, we've got him at 1:16, and he looks like he could run it. He looks like he's walking on stilts. 537 for me. And I also love the 2. I don't know why I left the 2 out, to be completely honest with you. But I've got Brad Cox, and sometimes it is the other Brad Cox trainee. So put some money on him. There he is. Good luck.
The horses called postword for the third race. This race will be run at a mile and a 16th, a field of 7. Scratch 1 Ice Express and 6 Little Jake. Scratch the 1 and 6. Quality Mischief racing in the Donegal Racing Silks today. No rider changes. 8 half guns will travel 4 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. For your information, in the fourth race, number 8, Patronage, add 1 pound to the listed program weight now. Makes it corrected to 116. That's in the fourth race, 8, Patronage, plus a pound. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Jose Gutierrez with Quality Mischief. He's late again. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. won the opener. The Brad Cox trained two are in. Simmer Bermudez with Lucius Veras. Fact will be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. All bark, no bite, and instant replay our first two winners. Joe Ramos, Fountain Lake loaded. Patrick Valenzuela, Have Guns Will Travel, went in well, one more. Evan Roman with Magical Wish for the mile and a 16th. Right now, Fact, the 4-5 favorite. 38-1 Magical Wish. Fact, the 1-2 favorite. They're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Fountain Lake away well, along with Fact. And here's Lucius Veras in the white cap with an early run for Sammy Bermudez, and is up to vie for the lead as they enter the first turn. It's Fact. Fountain Lake making his 4-year-old seasonal bow, and Lucius Veras is wide as they round the first turn. He's late again, is also up with these leaders. The 2026 Star Guitar Stakes winner. He's late again, is now third as they go to the back of the track. Lucius Veras posted wide. Then toward the inside. First run since the Risen Star for Quality Mischief, who's racing in front of Magical Wish, who's second to last, and Have Guns Will Travel has dropped back to seventh and last. The quarter posted in 25.46 seconds. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Fact. And Fact leads the way for the run past the half-mile pole from Fountain Lake. Right there toward the inside, he's late again, with Lucius Veras coming with a bid as they enter the far turn. Jose Gutierrez and Quality Mischief nestled in toward the rail, running in fifth. Then Magical Wish and the trail remains. Have Guns Will Travel. Half mile, 49.16 seconds. Steady as he goes. Fact with 3 furlongs left as he's late again. The Louisiana bred is starting to gain now on Fact as they come toward the quarter pole, with Fountain Lake back in third. Quality Mischief. Lucius Veras Vibe has dropped back. Magical Wish, and finally Have Guns Will Travel. It's Fact confronted by He's Late Again. 3/4, 1 minute 13.34 seconds. Toward the inside, Fact. Fact just leads. He's late again. And Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with that burgundy rally cap on. Fact and he's late again. It's Fact. Fact just holds. He's late again. Fact and he's late again. 1-2. Quality Mischief was third. Double digits away. Fountain Lake finished fourth. $143.96. Here's a look. It was 1-2 on 3 Fact. Fact, 7-2 on 5. He's late again. Quality Mischief, 6-1 third. They spaced the others. It was 9-1 on the 4 Fountain Lake fourth. 3-5-2, then a wide margin back to Fountain Lake, getting into the frame. So 143.96, Fernando de la Cruz makes it a double on the day here for Will Walden, son of Instagrand. Fact was first at 1-2. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 3 fact. Riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Back to the top of the jockey leaderboard this meet. The 17th of the season for Fernando. Fact is a 4-year-old being gelding by Instagram. Out of the Fleet Alex mare, Bazinga Baby. Will Walden trains for Grandview Equine. OXO Equine, LLC, and LNJ Foxwoods. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Fact. Repels, he's late again. Quality Mischief third, and Fountain Lake was fourth official. Fact capped off a pick 3, paid $9.50. First pick 3 of the day. 3-5 exacta, $7.20. 50-cent trifecta, 3-5-2, $4.70. 2-3 double for Fernando de la Cruz, $8.20. And the 10-cent superfecta coming back a couple of dollars. Fountain Lake was fourth. Favorite first. Fact. 1 and 6 did not start. 7 ran. 143.96. 21 minutes away from the fourth. From the next, scratch 1 Air Force Lightning. 1 Air Force Lightning has been scratched. No rider changes. 8 patronage, 1 pound over the program weight. 2 Monumental Justice, the ownership, Blanca Salazar. Blanca Salazar owns 2 Monumental Justice. Ownership correction. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:40. They're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Fountain Lake away well, along with Fact. And here's Lucius Veras in the white cap with an early run for Samuel Bermudez. And is up to vie for the lead as they enter the first turn. It's Fact. Fountain Lake making his 4-year-old seasonal bow. And Lucius Veras is wide as they round the first turn. He's late again, is also up with these leaders. The 2026 Star Guitar Stakes winner. He's late again, is now third as they go to the back of the track. Lucius Veras posted wide. Then toward the inside. First run since the Risen Star for Quality Mischief, who's racing in front of Magical Wish, who's second to last, and Have Guns Will Travel has dropped back to seventh and last. The quarter posted in 25.46 seconds. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Fact. And Fact leads the way for the run past the half-mile pole from Fountain Lake. Right there toward the inside, he's late again, with Lucius Veras coming with a bid. As they enter the far turn, Jose Gutierrez and Quality Mischief nestled in toward the rail, running in fifth. Then Magical Wish and the Triller Reigns, Have Guns Will Travel. Half mile, 49.16 seconds. Steady as he goes. Fact with 3 furlongs left as he's late again. The Louisiana bred is starting to gain now on Fact as they come toward the quarter pole, with Fountain Lake back in third, Quality Mischief. Lucius Veras vibe has dropped back. Magical Wish, and finally Have Guns Will Travel. It's Fact confronted by He's Late Again. 3/4, 1 minute 13.34 seconds. Toward the inside, Fact. Fact just leads. He's late again. And Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with that burgundy rally cap on. Fact and he's late again. It's Fact. Fact just holds. He's late again. Fact and he's late again. 1-2. Quality Mischief was third. Double digits away. Fountain Lake finished fourth.
We're just 10 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We got a bottom level claiming 4-5. They're going a mile and 70 on the dirt. The one is out of here, Air Force Lightning. And I'm going to go 3-2-7 in here, and I'm not going to mess it up. Mansfield Tigers, who I'm going to start with. So first of all, this is a claiming for a nickel, and it's non-3 or 3 years old, which have not won a race since December 3rd. So you have to keep that in mind. The conditions are a little weird, but Mansfield Tiger has really nice speed at today's distance of 1 mile and 70 yards. So if you go through here, 26 of his 38 races have been on Indiana dirt, and 11 of those have been on at the distance of 1 mile and 70. Now, only 2 of his 8 wins have been at this distance. But if you look back at some of these, I can give him an excuse. He did have a recent one at the end of last year. I mean, it was recent last year because this is his first out in 2026. So we're basing most of this form off of last year, obviously. But I think he definitely fits in here. I mean, he's got 2 1-mile nice races in September and October, one at a nickel and one for 10. Then I'm going to go to the 2 at 5-2. And that is Monumental Justice. Gets Alberto Burgess aboard for Tom Medina. This is a Greg Justice bred and trained. He's got a sign up there on the fence, you guys. If you've ever wanted to own a horse, the Indiana program's so easy. Call Greg Justice. He turns out nothing but winners. The another one that is making its first out 2026, so we're going to base all this off of last year's form. But again, another couple of nice second place finishes out of the previous 4 that were at a mile. He has that last race he put up an 80, which is highest, and then also second. But giving him the winner off, I don't see as a negative. I think all these Indiana breds needed that winner off. There's a few in here that have raced in 2026. Obviously some of these outside horses have 2026 starts under their belt, and these 2 are first out. So I'm going to round it out with the 7, though. Shiesty to Chase. I love the word shiesty. Like, calling someone shiesty is just, it has a certain something about it. So obviously love the name. But Jose Gutierrez looking for his first win today. Got to give a shout out to Fernando de la Cruz. I don't have him on any of my picks here in this race, as he isn't riding this race, but he just had 2 in a row. Jose Gutierrez is riding here for Mike Weaver. This one's dropping down from claiming for 12-5 to claiming for 5 and going from turf to dirt, which I think is key here. This one does have a start in 2026 under its belt, as I just mentioned. Definitely a horse that's going to come from off the pace. If he's not too far off, I think he does better. Couple lengths off the pace, fine. Too far back and he gets a little uninterested, it seems. So I'm going to go 3-2-7 here in this 7th race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. For race 4, this does start a 50-cent pick 3. And don't forget, we have a lot of races today. So we're not going to start on our normal races for some of our pick 4s and pick 5s. The all-turf hat trick pick 3 starts in the next race, in race 5. And then in race 6, B is going to go over your late fire pick 5 in races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then Martha will go over the 11th race. Don't forget, we've got stakes action. A couple of really nice races, the Shelby County and also the William Henry Harrison. We're just getting started, boys. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the fourth race. This race carded at 1 mile and 70 yards, fast track. Here in a field of 9. Scratch 1, Air Force Lightning. Number 1, Air Force Lightning has been scratched. No rider changes, 8 patronage, and a pound to the program weight. Number 2, Monumental Justice, the owner of record, Blanca Salazar. Blanca Salazar owns 2, Monumental Justice program correction. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes. 2 post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Rodney Prescott with Coasting By, Alberto Burgos, Monumental Justice. The first two of the 9 loaded. Jose Gutierrez with Shiesty to Chase has taken his position within the starting gate. Joe Ramos with Mansfield Tiger. Like Mutafil, both for Tim Eggleston. Micah Meeks, Patronage in. Mansfield Tiger's turn. Right now, Shiesty to Chase, the 9-5 favorite, with 5-2 on Monumental Justice. 6-1 Mansfield Tiger and Painter's Canvas. Evan Roman, partner Star Review. Mansfield Tiger in, now Alexander Crispin with Yolo Santiago. 2 back. Joseph Bimmer with Painter's Canvas coming up. Here's the sky view. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Mitchell Morrill with Motafil. It's the 4th of 11 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Monumental Justice, part of an early wave, along with Painter's Canvas. Here's Star Review. Mansfield Tiger is 1 off the rail, held by Monumental Justice with Alberto Burgos as they enter the first turn. First run of 2026 for Monumental Justice, who's locked up the early lead from Mansfield Tiger, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow, and he's right there with Monumental Justice at the 6.5. Yolo Santiago tracks them from 3rd with Painter's Canvas in 4th. Motafil is a ground-saving 5th, while racing 3 clear from toward the inside, Coasting By, who's joined out wide by Star Review, who settled in the back half of the field after breaking sharp enough. The trailers are Shiesty to Chase and Patronage. The quarter 23.81 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. It's Monumental Justice, who leads Mansfield Tiger, who's tracking the leader there for Joe Ramos. They're 1-2 through a half mile in 47.44. Yolo Santiago running 3rd by 5. And then comes Motafil racing inside of Painter's Canvas. They're the next 2 with 3 furlongs to go. Farther back to Patronage along with Shiesty to Chase Coasting By and Star Review being hard ridden to gain. They come toward the quarter pole with Alberto Burgos, Monumental Justice in charge on the edge of the quarter pole. From Mansfield Tiger, Yolo Santiago, Painter's Canvas straightens away 4th on the 4 outside. Top of the lane, 3/4 1 at 12.11 seconds. Monumental Justice, 1 furlong away from finishing them off. First up for this year for Monumental Justice, who's holding on to a 4-length buffer zone over Patronage coming past the 16th, and then further back to Mansfield Tiger in a battle for 3rd with Alberto Burgos, Monumental Justice, and all the way winner. Sees off Patronage. Mansfield Tiger was 3rd and Coasting By finished 4th. 142.41, unofficial. 2-8-3-6-2. Monumental Justice at 2-1 was first. 8 Patronage, 8-1 second. Good effort. Just couldn't reach Monumental Justice, an all-the-way winner. 2 beats the 8. 3 Mansfield Tiger at 7-1 was third. With 6 coasting by at 31-1 odds, getting into the frame for fourth. 2-8. 3 Mansfield Tiger, that was his first run of the year. Coasting by in the Black Silks from Painter's Canvas. Shiesty to Chase with Yolo Santiago. Alberto Burgos here for Tomas Medina and Blanca Salazar. 2-1 on Monumental Justice. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, it is the number 2, Monumental Justice, under the hands of Alberto Burgos. Monumental Justice, a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Super Saver. Out of Sheltui's Gold by Dialed In. Tomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. First up in 2026 for Monumental Justice. The 2-8 Exacta, combining Monumental Justice with a closing patronage. Returned 54.40. Mansfield Tiger was third. The 50-cent trifecta of a 2, 8, and 3 paid $76.55. 3-2 double, $12.80. 10-cent superfecta, $179.19. Coasting by was fourth. Pick 3 capped off by Monumental Justice, paid $10.10. 9 face starter Oscar Quiroz, 142.41. Race 5 of 11, 22 minutes away. First of 3 on the turf course, rated firm. Turf rail set at 36 feet this week. Turf rail 36 feet out. Firm, scratch 4, Tamarack Square. And 9, Skip and Justice. Race 5, mile and a 16th on the Caesars course. Scratch the 4 and the number 9. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. This the start to the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured on the card. Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 10. Post time, 4:12. Along with Painter's Canvas, here's Star Review. Mansfield Tiger is one off the rail, held by Monumental Justice with Alberto Burgos as they enter the first turn. First run of 2026 for Monumental Justice, who's locked up the early lead from Mansfield Tiger, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow, and he's right there with Monumental Justice at the 6.5. Yolo Santiago tracks them from third with Painter's Canvas in fourth. Motafil is a ground-saving fifth, while racing 3 clear from toward the inside, coasting by, who's joined out wide by Star Review, who settled in the back half of the field after breaking sharp enough. The trailers are Shiesty to Chase and Patronage. The quarter 23.81 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. It's Monumental Justice, who leads Mansfield Tiger, who's tracking the leader there for Joe Ramos. They're 1-2 through a half mile in 47.44. Yolo Santiago running third by 5. And then comes Motafil racing inside of Painter's Canvas. They're the next 2 with 3 furlongs to go. Farther back to Patronage along with Shiesty to Chase coasting by and Star Review being hard ridden to gain. They come toward the quarter pole with Alberto Burgos Monumental Justice in charge on the edge of the quarter pole. From Mansfield Tiger, Yolo Santiago, Painter's Canvas straightens away fourth on the 4 outside. Top of the lane, 3/4, 1 minute 12.11 seconds. Monumental Justice, 1 furlong away from finishing them off. First up for this year for Monumental Justice, who's holding on to a 4-length buffer zone over Patronage coming past the 16th, and then further back to Mansfield Tiger in a battle for third with Alberto Burgos, Monumental Justice, and all the way winner. Sees off Patronage. Mansfield Tiger was third and coasting by finished fourth.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is placing the spotlight on racehorse aftercare.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 5th race at Horseshoe Indy. We are looking at a really nice turf race here. The weather has been beautiful. I hope it continues to hold. We're going 1.16 for the Phillies, Indiana Breds, Allowance Company, and we got a nice field. I'm going to go right to our top pick here, and that is the favorite, unfortunately, the 7 Sweet Heat. William Anton Georgie second off the layoff. The first one was a very good one, good third. Came up the fence, ran a solid 65 buyer number. This one is the clear horse to beat here, but is she a cinch like the line suggests? 4 to 5 morning line, probably going to be right in that area. I won't say she's a complete cinch, but she looks very good, and with the right trip from just off the pace, I think Anton Georgie should have enough horse to get it done. Now, if you don't want to go for the chalk, I get it. Charming Jazzle, the 8, is also second off the layoff. Did not have the benefit of going on the turf in her first start. She had a dirt sprint, ran okay. Now, in her turf races, she's had a couple seconds, a couple thirds out of 7 starts. Ran pretty good, ran right behind Sweet Heat last year in September here. Only got beat about 3 lengths to her then. Has to make up that distance, but you should get every bit of 6 or 8 to 1. So Charming Jazzle, the 8, I think has a chance. Now, who else? Well, Midnight Caper, the 5 for Luis Contreras. Comes off a good gutty win, winning by a nose, and needed every step of the stretch to get by there. Midnight Caper ran a solid one. Now, has only been on the turf once. Didn't fire much that day, but we can forgive her. She was 36 to 1 that day. So, in a race where she's very much more competitive on numbers in the mid-50s, has to step it up a little bit to beat the top one, Sweet Heat, but it's not out of the not out of the realm of reality. Because we have seen sometimes on the turf at Indiana where the big favorites just don't fire. So, could Midnight Caper pull the upset? Yes. Could any of these monster long shots have a chance? Well, I go down to the rail to a 30 to 1 for Pedroza. Why? I know this is probably a pipe dream, but we get Lasix, we get blinkers, we're stretching out. Just maybe she could make the lead and get really brave. If she would pop the gate, get to that first turn in front by a length or 2, you just never know. Maybe she'll keep running. The price will be right, probably every bit of 30 to 1. So that's the way I see this 5th race. Man, what a card. I'm going to try to parlay this winner to try to get some value. You're always looking for value. So I'm going to bet straight on Sweet Heat, and I'm going to parlay it back in the 9th race on the 9 Slam Dunk Justice, hoping for 2 to 3 to 1 there. So 20 to win, get about 35 back, bet 35 to win, hoping for about 125 off of my 20. I'm FBG Dan Cronin. Don't fall off.
The horses called postword for the fifth race. This is the fifth of 11 on the day. First of those on the turf course rated firm, and the turf rail out there on the Caesars course set at 36 feet. The portable rail position, 36 feet this week. Scratch the 4 Tamarack Square and the 9 Skip and Justice. Scratch the 4 and the number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This the first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Firm and fast. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2 minutes time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mares Turf. Starts the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. You have less than 1 minute. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Going to the mile and a 16th start. This is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. Course firm, turf rail at 36 feet this race week on the Caesars course. Arriving. At the gate, it is now post time. Loading for the Phillies Mares Turf. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Sweet Jana Elise. Luis Contreras with Midnight Caper. Taking her position in the starting gate. Evan Roman with Dreaming Girl went in well. Samir Bermudez with Flower, the Navy cap. Joseph Bilmer with Pretty on the Prairie to post 3. William Anton Giorgi III, Sweet Heat loaded at 3-5 on Sweet Heat. Andres Alo with Charming Giselle. Course firm rail 36 feet, all in. They're off. Evenly away, Sweet Jana Elise, along with Pretty on the Prairie with a white cap. Sweet Heat is also prominent here in the early stages, with toward the inside Midnight Caper as they make their way toward the first turn with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Sweet Jana Elise, the pilot, out to the stretch with just over 6 furlongs to run. Pretty on the Prairie is in between horses, and Sweet Heat's in a maroon cap. Then to the inside is Midnight Caper, who's saving ground with the rail set at 36 feet. Flower's in a navy cap, and followed out is Charming Giselle. And Dreaming Girl has drifted back to last. The opening quarter, 24.04 seconds, making this backstretch run. So now here's Sweet Heat. For William Anton Giorgi III, sends the 2-5 favorite to the top. It's Sweet Heat, who now extends the lead on Sweet Jana Elise by 3.5, and they have a half mile to run. It's a break of 2.5 more to Midnight Caper, who's running in third, from Pretty on the Prairie in fourth. Charming Giselle is out deep on the course from fifth, and then Flowered and Dreaming Girl remains last here in the Phillies Mares Turf. It's Sweet Heat. Takes them to a half mile in 47.56. They round the far turn, Sweet Heat taking them toward the quarter pole with a 3.5 length advantage on Sweet Jana Elise. And then toward the inside is Midnight Caper with Pretty on the Prairie. Charming Giselle straightens away a wide fifth. They have under a quarter of a mile to run. Then Flowered and Dreaming Girl. As they come for home, it's Sweet Heat in charge, 3/4. 1 minute 11.81 seconds with William Anton Giorgi III. Sweet Heat is a 6-length leader deep in the final furlong from Midnight Caper second and staying on, but no reaching Sweet Heat. It's Sweet Heat to win it from Midnight Caper. Sweet Jana Elise was third, and Flowered finished fourth. .142.57 after the Phillies Mares Turf. 142.57. Unofficial run order, 75167. Sweet Heat at 2-5 was first. Number 5, Midnight Caper, 6-1, second and stayed on. 1 Sweet Jana Elise at 5-1 third. 6 Flowered at 40-1 gets into the frame for the Superfecta. 7-5-1-6. Pretty on the Prairie was fifth. From Dreaming Girl and Charming Giselle, they were next home in the Phillies Mares Turf. William Anton Giorgi now on the meet score sheet. His first of the season here on the isotherm favorite filly for Cara Lynn McGuire. Sweet Heat 2-5 to start the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. Result official. Returning toward the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 7, Sweet Heat, with William Anton Giorgi III on the meet score sheet now. Sweet Heat is a 4-year-old. Dark Mare Brown filly by Isotherm. Out of the Alpha Mare, Sweet Comma. Kara L. McGuire trains for H. Allen Poindexter. Brett and co-owns the daughter of Isotherm with William Anton Giorgi. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Sweet Heat. Favorite takes out the Phillies Mares Turf. Results in. The 7-5 exacta paid $16.80. 50-cent trifecta, 751, $17. 2-7 double, $11.40. $1 early pick four, $28.10. Flowered finished fourth in the Phillies Mares Turf. 10-cent superfecta paid $24.25. Pick three, $5.25. And the 50-cent early pick five on 5 of 5 paid out $50.65. In the Phillies Mares Turf, the 4 and the 9 were the non-runners. Favorite was first. 7 started. 142.57 after the running of race 5. It's halftime here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of an 11-race card, still to come our premier races. The Shelby County and the William Henry Harrison handicaps featured on the day. Race 6 is 22 minutes away. Maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. Scratch 8 Pious and 13 Gone Too Far. Scratch the 8 and the number 13 from the race card. No rider changes. Number 5 Shirley and Angel and 5 pounds to the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. For the first time on the card, the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering featured on the Maiden Fillies Sprint. Double, pick 3. It starts the 50-cent Late Fire 5. If you're just joining or tuning in, sunny skies here in town, main track fast, and the turf course rated firm, turf rail at 36 feet. If you're joining us here on track, don't forget the new Railbirds Gift Shop. Open there, right there, first floor, OTB, convenient location. Can't miss it. Be sure to stop by and pick up your souvenir for a day at the races here. The new Railbirds Gift Shop, first floor OTB, open now. They're off. Evenly away, Sweet Jana Elise, along with Pretty on the Prairie with a white cap. Sweet Heat is also prominent here in the early stages, with toward the inside Midnight Caper as they make their way toward the first turn with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Sweet Jana Elise, the pilot, out to the stretch with just over 6 furlongs to run. Pretty on the Prairie is in between horses, and Sweet Heat's in a maroon cap. Then toward the inside is Midnight Caper, who's saving ground with the rail set at 36 feet. Flowered's in a navy cap, and followed out is Charming Giselle. And Dreaming Girl has drifted back to last. The opening quarter, 24.04 seconds, making this backstretch run. So now here's Sweet Heat for William Anton Giorgi III. Sends the 2-5 favorite to the top. It's Sweet Heat, who now extends the lead on Sweet Jana Elise by 3.5, and they have a half mile to run. It's a break of 2.5 more to Midnight Caper, who's running in third, from Pretty on the Prairie in fourth. Charming Giselle is out deep on the course from fifth, and then Flowered and Dreaming Girl remains last here in the Phillies Mares Turf. It's Sweet Heat. Takes them to a half mile in 47.56. They round the far turn. Sweet Heat taking them toward the quarter pole with a 3.5 length advantage on Sweet Jana Elise. And then toward the inside is Midnight Caper with Pretty on the Prairie. Charming Giselle straightens away a wide 5th. They have under a quarter of a mile to run. Then Flowered and Dreaming Girl. As they come for home, it's Sweet Heat in charge, 3/4. 1 minute 11.81 seconds with William Anton Georgi III. Sweet Heat is a 6-length leader deep in the final furlong from Midnight Caper second and staying on, but no reaching Sweet Heat. It's Sweet Heat to win it from Midnight Caper. Sweet Jana Elise was third and Flowered finished fourth.
There's no way around it. It's been a chalky start to the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but I think that's expected to change as we move into some of these very nice handicaps and more turf action coming up as well, and I doubt we'll have a 2 to 5 in the next couple of turf races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So let's take a look at this field as we roll out 11 of them set to go 5.5 furlongs in this upcoming 6th race. Scratch numbers 8 and 13. 8 and 13 out of this event. We've got some first-time starters mixing with horses with experience, all looking for their first career victory, and all bred in the great red state of Indiana. These 3-year-old fillies are going to go 5.5 furlongs in here. Let's take a look at this field. I'm going to go with a first-time starter in here, 3-year-old filly by Bob Dobbs, or excuse me, for Bob Dobbs, by World of Trouble out of Greeley's Comment. Alberto Burgos going to be calling the shots in here, and I'm going to leave that name to the professional and John G. Dooley himself. But this one's out of Greeley's Comment. She was pretty good on the racetrack. She paid her own way. I mean, she was only 1 for 22, but she certainly picked up enough checks to be useful with $42,000 in earnings. As a brood mare, she's produced 9% winners. Only 2 of 5 have gone on to be victorious, but they have done very well the first-time starters. 3 starts, 1 of them won, and 1 of them ran second as well. I just think that this horse may have been working out with a horse who debuted for Bob Dobbs last week. I can't remember the name. The name is dismissing me at this point, but I looked at the dates, I looked at the times. It was a very impressive winner and did come home rather easily in a good time. And I looked at the dates, and they were all working out together. Maybe Lady Chaos, I think, who just ran here on May 26th, put up a 56 buyer with Moncada in the saddle. And if you looked at those morning workouts, I think they were maybe traveling together in tandem. Now, obviously, I can't see the videos or am not on track in the mornings to see those workouts, but the dates did line up, and this one has some very good works as well. Love to see that 5 furlong workout. So not a huge player jumping off the page on breeding, but Bob Dobbs can certainly have a horse ready to go out first. Asking Burgos going to be in the saddle, taking some action as well right now, 5-2. Off that 6-1 morning line. Now the 9 is May's Force Be With You. Rodney Prescott riding for Larry Ravelli. 0 for 1, getting Lasix for the first time. Ran at 2 last year, didn't have Lasix. Found a sloppy track in which they were bet down to the 4 to 5 favorite and had a little bit of a disastrous beginning. They kind of hopped at the start, and the slop, that is no mas, especially for a 2-year-old filly then. Now she's been laid off. She's been given some time off. She gets Lasix. The breeding was certainly there, and they're down in the Silks of Patricia's Hope. And anytime a rider puts on the Silks of Patricia's Hope, they know that they're in with a big chance, and bettors know that their horse is likely going to be bet heavily because a lot of their horses do, and this one's no different. 5-2, currently favored off that 9-2 morning line. I think there's plenty of upside. She ran at 2. She comes back at 3. And she goes for a high percentage barn. But that good-looking 3-year-old gray filly on your screen now, that's Volatile Risk. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be in the saddle for Rudy Brissett. He's primarily based over in Kentucky, but he does bring horses to Horseshoe Indianapolis as well. He's got 1 win and 1 second through 5 starts here locally. Marcelino Pedroza is going to be aboard Volatile Risk, who's been training against multiple winning 4-year-old, but it was kind of handled soundly. Now, the ownership group, they've debuted some good ones here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, particularly in Authentic Strike and also Lighter. And Lighter just came back to run over at Churchill over the weekend, was in a very tough spot. But also Authentic Strike was a very nice horse. So I'm not overly concerned with the horse who's been training at Keeneland, coming over to Horseshoe Indianapolis and debuting here, because this ownership group has debuted some very nice animals around our oval. 6-1, a little bit chilly on the board right now for the good-looking gray daughter of Volatile. But let's take a look at this late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a big field in this opening leg of this late Fire 5, so I'm going to try and go a little bit light in here. I think some of these other races are very competitive. We're going to single a first-time starter. Yeah, it's a little bit of a stab, but we are taking some money right now, 3-1, currently nearly co-favored. Going to spread out a little bit in race number 7, 1, 2, 5, and 8 as we go back on the turf course for a very nice allowance race. I think the Argentine bred who's debuting in North America for the first time could certainly win this. A horse who's 9 for 10 in the top 3 with 3 victories overseas and now comes in for Horatio DePa. Could be any sort, especially at 10-1. You've also got the Dove Spectre in there. 5 and 8. Taunting is 12-1 for James Baker. Fernando de la Cruz, James Baker, Horseshoe Eggs. It's a 9-furlong race over at Churchill Downs. Cuts back today and gets some class relief. Race number 8, the Shelby County Handicap, $100,000 on the line. We're going to go 1, 5, 6, and 7. A challenging race in there. I know that many of them got their first race under their belt earlier this season. Coming in, second start, there's a lot of upside to many of these, but we're still going to go 1, 5, 6, and 7 in that race. Where we find our single is a horse who you have to forgive last time out, Tiz Eddie. Now, Tiz Eddie was a complete monster last season, was 6 for 6 in the top 3 wins from 6 starts, but threw in a real clunker against a salty bunch in Invictus and Miracle Worker last time out. Gets in with Indiana Breds today, second start off the layoff. Tiz Eddie going to be a single for me with Thomas Medina. As the riders getting the leg up, it's the call to the post, 5 minutes away from kicking off today's Late Fire 5.
Maiden 3-year-old fillies coming onto the track now for the 6th race. This maiden dash at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch 8 Pious and 13 Gone Too Far. Scratch the 8 and the number 13 from the race card. No rider changes. Just one overweight reported. 5 Shirley and Angel plus 5. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Here the 10-cent Pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Main track fast. And once again today, the turf course rated firm. Turf rail at 36 feet this race week. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden Filly Sprint starts, the 50-cent late fire 5 on the card. Fast and firm. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Boomer with Obvious Agenda has the rail draw. They're going in. Joe Ramos with She Show Is. She Show Is went in well, joined Obvious Agenda. Now Santo Sanjor. Well, hey there. Up comes Maisie Force Be With You. Rodney Prescott for Larry Ravelli. She was 4th here on juvenile debut last season. Maisie Force Be With You. Alberto Burgos. Troglodytes, a first-time starter. Mitchell Merle now with Stay Misty for Me, taking her spot. Volatile Risk. Marcelino Pantoja Jr. on the Wednesday score sheet. Jose Gutierrez with Dreamy Druso coming up. Patrick Valenzuela with Shirley and Angel drew 5. Here at 5.5 furlongs, it's the 6th of 11 on the day. Fast and firm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and just a couple of them back. Amir Mendoza with Panthers Princess drew 6. And one more firster. Never Ever. Coming up, Micah Meeks claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with 15 career wins. Now that was Dreamy Druso. Reared up there in the starting gate. We had one horse back when Dreamy Druso was very fractious in there. They've backed out number 11, Dreamy Druso. We were almost ready to go, but here comes a late scratch. They're backing the horses out of line. Late scratch just confirmed by the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the sprint start, number 11, Dreamy Druso, has now been scratched. All wagers here on 11 Dreamy Druso and the Maiden Filly Sprint refunds. There will be a 7 and 11 consolation double, 7-11 consolation double to be paid out. Those using 11 Dreamy Druso in a multi-race wager will now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers on 11 Dreamy Druso. 7-11 for the consolation double. Scratch the gray 11. Back at the gate to reload. After a late scratch on 11, Dreamy Druso. Obvious agenda back to her rail draw. Well, hey there. P-Val with Shirley and Angel. Once again, Alberto Burgos and the first-time starter, Troglodyte. Panthers Princess. She show is. Mitchell Morrow with Stay Misty for Me to post 4. Late scratcher was on number 11, Dreamy Druso. Maisie Force Be With You. Rodney Prescott for Lowry Ravelli. Maisie Force Be With You. After that start here last season. 3-1, Maisie Force Be With You. Volatile Risk. Troglodytes at 3-1, 4-1. Well, hey there. Volatile Risk back in. So again, Never Ever. Micah Meeks claims that 7 pounds with 15 career wins. We got that late scratch on 11, Dreamy Druso, and again, Never Ever, a bit reluctant. Never Ever staring at 61-1 odds and a bit reluctant to load. Starter Oscar Quito's crew working with this newcomer, Never Ever. With apprentice Micah Meeks, late scratch on 11, Dreamy Druso. All in line. They're off and sprinting. Fast starts for Panthers Princess. There's the Foley firster. She show is in the red silks. Maisie Force Be With You, also with early interest. It's She Show Is. With Joe Ramos, She Show Is the speed in front of Maisie Force Be With You, and Volatile Risk coming with a bit on the far outside. Toward the inside is Troglodyte to the purple cap right there too. Panthers Princess sprinted back to 5th. Never Ever, that firster is a wide 6th as they roll around the far turn that way. Then further back to Stay Misty for Me, who's joined on the outside by, well, hey there, who's starting a bid coming toward the quarter pole, Shirley and Angel, and Obvious Agenda. The first quarter was a tick under 23 as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. And here's a sweep from Volatile Risk. Maisie Force Be With You is in between horses. She Show Is tries to respond to pressure. Troglodyte on the far outside. 1 furlong to go. Maisie Force Be With You. Volatile Risk on the outside. Troglodyte continues to come hard. Obvious Agenda just needs a gap. With Alberto Burgos, it's Troglodyte. Troglodyte coming away. Troglodyte to win it by a length and a half from Maisie Force Be With You. Obvious Agenda. Volatile Risk was back in 4th. Stay Misty for Me was next. .107.05 after the maiden. 3-9, 110, 4-3. Troglodyte. 3-1 first. Number 9, Maisie Force Be With You. 3-1 second. The 1, Obvious Agenda. 20-1 third. The 10 Volatile Risk at 3-1 was fourth. 4 Stay Misty for me, fifth. 3-9, 1-10, 4 after the maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. She Show Is was sixth. Well, hey there. Seventh home in the maiden. Alberto Burgos and this newcomer for Rob Dobbs Jr., Millard Selden Revocable Trust. She's Troglodyte. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. There's been a trainer's claim of foul lodged in the stretch run of the maiden. Miguel Silva, the trainer of the 1, Obvious Agendas, claimed foul against Alberto Burgos on the unofficial winner of the 3, Troglodyte, alleging interference in the stretch run. This is a trainer's objection, now part of a steward's review. In the winner's circle is the 3, Troglodyte, with Alberto Burgos, a riding double. Troglodyte is a 3-year-old bay filly by World of Trouble. Out of Greeley's Comet by Greeley's Conquest, Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for Millard Selden Revocable Trust. It's unofficial, pending the outcome of the trainer's claim of foul. The trainer's objection has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards after their review. No infraction to warrant any disqualification. Three, 9, 1, 10, 4 after the maiden. Results and prices. 3-9 exacta paid $46 even. 50-cent trifecta 391, $85.65. 7-3 double $14. 7-11 consolation double $2.60. Volatile Risk was fourth. 10-cent superfecta $61 and change. Pick 3 $17.35. The 10-cent pentafecta $427. Stay Misty for me was fifth. 3-9 1-10 4 official. On to the 7th of 11 we go. 21 minutes away for a revised post time. Just slightly off what's printed in the program. Post time wise, another on the turf. Here's Scratch the 10, just happy to be here. 13, Veneno Futuro, and 14, Hobbycat. Scratch the 10, 13, and the 14. To the Dover Spectre, the jockey Irving Moncada. Rides number 2, the Dover Spectre, Irving Moncada. 1, Winston in his first stateside run. The ownership Club 65 Racing LLC of James Patrick O'Neill. The ownership of Club 65 Racing LLC, James Patrick O'Neill. Part of that ownership of record for the Argentine-bred Winston. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Double pick 3 starts with a $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. Course firm, another 36 feet. Post time will now be at 5:22. Easy Force be with you, also with early interest. It's She Show Is. With Joe Ramos, She Show Is the speed in front of Maisie Force be with you, and Volatile Risk coming with a bit on the far outside. Toward the inside is Troglodyte to the purple cap right there too. Panzer's Princess sprinted back to 5th. Never Ever, that firster is a wide 6th as they roll around the far turn that way. Then further back to Stay Misty for Me, who's joined on the outside by, well, hey there, who's starting a bid coming toward the quarter pole, Shirley Angel and Obvious Agenda. The first quarter was a tick under 23 as these maiden 3-year-old fillies straighten away. And here's a sweep from Volatile Risk. Maisie Force be with you is in between horses. She Show Is tries to respond to pressure. Troglodyte on the far outside. 1 furlong to go. Maisie Force be with you. Volatile Risk on the outside. Troglodyte continues to come hard. Obvious Agenda just needs a gap. With Alberto Burgos, it's Troglodyte. Troglodyte coming away. Troglodyte to win it by a length and a half from Maisie Force be with you. Obvious Agenda. Volatile Risk was back in 4th. Stay Misty. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Matt Carruthers here. I'm feeling pretty good about myself this week. Did I win my fight last week? No. But my opponent bowed out. Yep, canceled the fight because of the weigh-in on Tuesday. You know what my secret was at the weigh-in? I gave him the different strokes, Arnold to Willis. What you talking about? Look, I did this to him for about 5 minutes at the weigh-in. And he couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. He bowed out, and I was victorious last Wednesday. See if I get an actual knockout this week. If you're under 50, you probably don't understand that reference. You've never seen different strokes. Mile and the 16th on the turf. It's an allowance race. Now winners of one other than we're on the turf, we're on the turf, we're on the turf. Winston the one is not my top pick, but I'm going to use this horse in exotics. 10-1 morning line off a long laugh for Horseshoe de Paz. Seems to be training pretty well. Big fan of Horseshoe de Paz. Yes, I know it's a mile and a 16th, and this horse's last 3 starts in Argentina, mile and 9/16ths, mile and 3/8, mile and a quarter. But if you look back, this horse has been effective winning race at 7 furlongs. So I think the mile and a 16th is perfect. I don't think this horse is going to end up being Gentleman or Bayacoa, a couple of the great Argentinians that we've ever had, but I think Winston has some ability. Top pick, 30-1 morning line. Yes, going for a knockout, a TKO, best known secret. I'm thinking 15-1 or so. The turf race at the fairgrounds 2 starts back, I don't care that he was 43-1. He won by 3 3/4 lengths. It was an 8-horse field. The pace was slow. He was far back early. He made a big move into a slow pace. He's still a green thing. I think more race experience, back on turf, more professional, much better on grass, and get some pace to run at. I don't care that he paid $89 in that race. If he wins that same effort, if he was 8-1, he'd be 15-1 morning line. Right now, too much emphasis on a horse's odds when they win a race. He still did it. He did it by nearly 4. I like Best Known Secret. And the other horse to use, because he's the most consistent horse in the race, he's the 6-year-old, Passing Judgment. Something I've never done. third, second. He's going to get a piece. And he was part of a pace that was won by a horse from last, Samba Lover, who's not. That was May 13th. So I think Passing Judgment, the most consistent horse in the race. We'll go with the wild card horse for DePaz in Winston. Top pick in a loaded race. Best known secret. 20 to win on the 6. $3 exacta box. 169. 20 plus 18 is 38. $38 investment. Going for the 4th round TKO in race number 7 at Horseshoe Indy.
The horses call poster now for the 7th race. This is the second of 3 today, Carter, for the turf course here. Course firm, around 36 feet. A field of 11. Scratch the 10, just happy to be here. 13, Veneno Futuro, and 14, Hobbycat. The 10, 13, and the 14 all have been scratched. To the Dover Spectre, the jockey there is Irving Moncada. That's a change. Irving Moncada rides the 2, the Dover Spectre. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The turf features the 10-cent Grand High 5, a Pentafecta here, a field of 11. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. Firm and fast. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. For a second time today, horses crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach for the mile and a 16th start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Johan Rosado with Winston. 10 times started in his native Argentina. Winston, first of the 11 to take position within the starting gate. Amir Mendoza with Best Known Secret, Irving Moncada, the Dover Spectre. Next to Winston, Best Known Secret. Santos Sanjor within the tank. Best Known Secret will be a 24-1 haymaker. Joe Ramos with Covert Law. Samir Bermudez leading up Fantastic Vow. Taunting, Fernando Leto Cruz already with a couple of winners on the card. Fantastic Vow is in. Mitchell Murrow with Passing Judgment. Here over the mile and a 16th. Alexander Crispin with Wakan. Just a couple of back. Evan Roman, Candy King Crane. Will be the 10th to take position in the starting gate. That leaves one. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Willow Creek Road. So stand by here over the mile and a 16th. Willow Creek Road, all in. Ready. And they're off. Starter caught them in a nice line out. Covert Law for the early lead. Passing Judgment with toward the inside the gray Fantastic Vow, and in the tank holds the rail as they make their way past the awning. Just being led by Covert Law for Joe Ramos. Covert Law has Fantastic Vow toward his inside out to the stretch. Passing Judgments in a red cap and joined on the outside by Willow Creek Road, the leading quartet. Then toward the inside is In the Tank, running in 5th, with Wakan in 6th. As these leaders go to the back of the course, Taunting is running in 7th. Candy Cane Crane is a wide 8th. Toward the inside, Johan Rosado and the Argentine-bred 4-year-old Winston settles into the run. Winston is saving ground going up the back of the course. The Dover Spectre is running second to last, and Best Known Secret trails in 11th. The quarter was 22.99 seconds. Now in the shadow of the half-mile pole, it's Fantastic Vow, who just leads for Samir Bermudez. Fantastic Vow by a half length to Covert Law, who's right there with the gray leader, half mile, 46.86 seconds. And then on the outside, Willow Creek Road, third in range. In the tank's been saving ground in 4th, Passing Judgment 5th. Winston is 6th. Winston joined on the outside by Candy King Crane, who's looking to gain ground as they come toward the quarter pole. Then comes wide Wakan with Taunting. Further back to the Dover Spectre, and Best Known Secret will have to pass them all in the final quarter of a mile. It's Covert Law going for home. 3/4, 1 minute 10.50 seconds. Covert Law in front, 1 furlong to go. Fantastic Vow is dropped away. In the Tank is coming with a stout charge up the rail for Santos Sanjor. It's Covert Law toward the inside is In the Tank. In the Tank coming through. In the Tank and Covert Law head bobbing photo finish. Then Winston with Taunting and the Dover Spectre. This is close. Covert Law and In the Tank, they hit it together. Photo finish. 140.75 in a close one. That's up to the judges. Photo finish here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's on the bob. Awfully close. Win photograph First run of the USA for Winston, who's third home from taunting with the Dover Spectre passing judgment, Wakan. Among those next home, we're standing by for the judge's verdict on the win. Close call. It's gone to In the Tank. 3-7-1-8-2. 3 In the Tank. 16-1 first. 7 Covert Law. 7-2. Lost to Bob. 1 Winston. 5-1 third. The Argentine-bred 4-year-old in his first stateside start. 4th to the 8. Taunting at 16-1 and 2. The Dover Spectre was 5th. Santos Sanjor for Wayne Catalano. Michael Meeks, the son of a Stern, In the Tank, got the nod. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 3 In the Tank with Santos Sanjor. In the Tank is a 5-year-old big gelding by a Stern. And a Layla's Gift by First Samurai, Wayne Catalano. Trains for Michael R. Meeks. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of In the Tank. Got up on the line. $3-7 Exacta took a win photograph, 158.80. The Dover Spectre was back in 5th. The 10-cent Pentafecta paid $2,033.45. Pick 3, $66.25. Winston was 3rd. 50-cent Trifecta, 371, $293.95. 3-3 double, $315.40. The 10-cent Superfecta paid $495.85. Taunting was 4th. The Dover Spectre 5th. 3-7-1-8-2 official, 140.75. 11 of them ran. 24 minutes away from the 8th of 11. The Shelby County, the first of 2 premier races on the day. Don't forget Thursday racing here from 2:10. Saturday is Empire of Hope. Hope you can join us for our live card on Saturday. Empire of Hope benefiting and raising awareness for Racehorse Aftercare. Watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga in 2026. Empire of Hope is Saturday. Saturday kickoff at 10:45 a.m. here in town. 23 minutes away from the Shelby County. No changes, 9 run. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Pentafecta, double, and the 50-cent rolling pick 3s. Roll on and on. Post time 5:57 for the Shelby County. Ready. And they're off. Starter caught them in a nice line out. Covert Law for the early lead. Passing Judgment with toward the inside the gray Fantastic Vow, and In the Tank holds the rail as they make their way past the awning, just being led by Covert Law for Joe Ramos. Covert Law has Fantastic Vow toward his inside out to the stretch. Passing Judgments in a red cap and joined on the outside by Willow Creek Road, the leading quartet. Then toward the inside is In the Tank, running in 5th, with Wakan in 6th. As these leaders go to the back of the course, Taunting is running in 7th. Candy Cane Crane is a wide 8th. Toward the inside, Johan Rosado and the Argentine-bred 4-year-old Winston settles into the run. Winston is saving ground going up the back of the course. The Dover Spectre is running second to last, and Best Known Secret trails in 11th. The quarter was 22.99 seconds. Now in the shadow of the half-mile pole, it's Fantastic Vow, who just leads for Samuel Bermudez. Fantastic Vow by a half length to Covert Law, who's right there with the gray leader, half mile, 46.86 seconds. And then on the outside, Willow Creek Road, third in range. In the Tanksman, saving ground in fourth, Passing Judgment fifth. Winston is sixth. Winston joined on the outside by Candy Cane Crane, who's looking to gain ground as they come toward the quarter pole. Then comes wide Wakan with Taunting. Further back to the Dover Spectre, and Best Known Secret will have to pass them all in the final quarter of a mile. It's Covert Law going for home. 3/4, 1 minute 10.50 seconds. Covert Law in front, 1 furlong to go. Fantastic Vows dropped away. In the tank is coming with a stout charge up the rail for Santos Anjor. It's Covert Law toward the inside, is in the tank coming through, in the tank, and Covert Law head bobbing photo finish. Then Winston with Taunting and the Dover Spectre.
it is time for Premier Racing for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Got a good look at these ladies, and they all look good here today. I think the 2 definitely feels good today, and I'm pretty spot on when I'm staring at them in the flesh and can kind of read them and how they're feeling. Definitely the Kid Pataki feels pretty good here, which is in my try. But I'm going to go with the one on the rail, Imagine the Moon, here on top. It is the current favorite on the tote board right now at 5-2. This is a 6-year-old mare by Reddy's Image, and she's made 27 trips to the track, 9 of which have ended in wins, 5 seconds and 4 thirds. This is a $422,000 lifetime earner. This is a field of classy ladies here, but the closest to her is 292,000, which is my second selection, the Kid Pataki. But this one, Imagine the Moon, has an early pace figure. I've really been into the early speed figures in the spotlight rating from Timeform USA. If you guys haven't tried drf.aiallen.com or any of the Timeform services from DRF, please do, because the early pace number is spot on. Now for an overall pace, I like Brisnet, but for early speed numbers, Imagine the Moon is 92 is nice. She's facing a fast-paced challenge here. There's a lot of speed on the inside and with the Kid Pataki as well, but coming out of the Corningstone with the third, this horse hasn't been worse than third 4 out of 5 times. Or was that 5th in one of the handicaps last year? But had a nice, easy year. Very successful 2025, 4 of 7, and we're coming back in 2026, and we've already hit the money. So yeah, I'm going speed on the inside for this race. And then the 2 Kid Pataki, like I said, looked really good in the paddock. They're legging up now. I went 1-7-2. I'll talk about Work It Windy, who has an early pace number of 119. This is a horse who she's just really classy, and she tries really hard. She'll either win or it's not really a very good showing for her, honestly. She's either going to be in the lead or she kind of loses interest a little bit. Evan Roman, classy jockey, Rob Dobbs trains her, and he is looking in this race for a double after winning the 6th today as well. That early speed figure for Work It Windy of 119 was hard for me to go against. And then definitely going to mix in the 2. I probably will move up the Kid Pataki now, seeing as how good she looks. The 6 also on her toes in the paddock, but the Kid Pataki, this is a 5-year-old mare, $292,000 earned, 7 wins, 3 seconds, and 4 fourths. Now, the last race on April 7th, this year, her debut, we're just going to draw a line through that. She took a bad step, but she was totally fine after that. Randy even was in the winner's circle for that, for something else, and we were very happy that she was okay. She was looking good until she took that. So I have all the confidence in Klopp. This one's owned by Roger Spies, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy. Cool story about these guys. They used to run horses with Randy's dad, so they've been together for a long time. Always good to see wonderful owners here in the paddock for our Indiana Stakes. This is 3-year-old handicap, the Shelby County, $100,000 guaranteed. I'm going to go 1-7-2 in here, but I got to say, Kid Pataki looks really good going postward. Look at my guys. I don't even have to tell my guys. They just moved them up for me. Yep, I've decided. 1-2-7. Since Aaron put it on the board, that's what we're going to go with. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to mix the 3, Brittany's Golden Faith. I'll say real quick before they call riders up. She's got a late pace number of 97. She's got strong potential to finish here if these 3 real speedy guys, there's some late pace with her and some late pace with the Shanghai Express. So I do 1-2-7-3, maybe do some supers 1-2-7-5 would be what I would do just to cover your bases in case these 2 hook up. But like I was just saying on FanDuel with Scott and Simon, these ladies have been knocking heads, going back and forth, trading punches a little bit. They all know how they kind of run, and we'll see who feels good and does well today. But I got to say, visually for me, it's going to be the 2 And the 6 is worked up, dappled out, and ready to go as well. Good luck here in the Shelby County. And don't forget, we do have the next race coming up, which is William Henry Harrison, and does kick off our last call daily double. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 8th race, the first of our 2 premier races on the day. This the Shelby County. Fillies mares over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9. There are no program changes, all 9 run. Here's the field as they parade for the Shelby County. The one is Imagine the Moon. Rodney Prescott rides this 9-time winner. Postword for Kathy and Tony Duran's Rancho Monarca LLC. Number 2, the Kid Pataki with Samir Bermudez. Postword for Roger Species, Speed Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy Klopp. Number 3, first run of the year for Brittany's Golden Faith, with Irving Moncada riding for Rob Dobbs Jr. Trains for the Mildred R. Selden Revocable Trust with a win on the card. Number 4 is Gatling Girl with Luis Contreras. Bob Gorham trains for Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. Number 5, Shanghai Express. Will be another winner on the day for Alberto Burgos. Riding here for Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of John Heron. See you in a bit. Has drawn 6. Marcelino Pathosa Jr. also on the Wednesday score sheet. Riding here for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy. Number 7, Work It, Wendy, with Evan Roman. Another one here for Rob Dobbs Jr. and Mildred R. Selden Revocable Trust, the Gray 6-time winner. Number 8 is Bella Francesca, with Rainier Arietta. Heather Iron owns and trains. And number 9, Sakura's Quest, for Nenda Little Cruz. 17 wins here. This meets on a double. Riding here for Randy Klopp. Trains the 4-time winner for Cynthia Claramount and Liz Klopp. The field of 9 for the 2026 Shelby County Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta Double Pick 3. Post time soon.
Three-year-old fillies on the track now for the Shelby County Handicap. $100,000 on the line on your screen now. A horse that's a little bit of a long shot that I thought could be overlooked in here, and is certainly being overlooked right now at this stage of the wagering. 12-1 on your four-time winner, Shanghai Express. John Heron both owns and trains. You heard John G. Dooley mention it. Alberto Burgos already multiple wins on the day, and this one couldn't have turned out any more better looking than she has today. The 6-year-old mare on the toes, on the muscle, looks plenty fit, and her coat is certainly shining. She is all dappled out today, looks plenty fit after a win here in the slop on May 5th, and she should be assured that there will be a hot pace in here, as there's plenty of speed to go around in the Shelby County Handicap. Sacre's Quest on your screen now is 5-1 off of an easy win for Fernando de la Cruz and Randy Klopp, but they're not going to get anywhere near that first quarter they did when they dominated on April 22nd. 23-2 was crawling. They went 47 for the half that day. I expect this pace to be significantly faster, including Work It Windy, whose value right now at 9-2. You'd have to go all the way back to nearly, well, as far as I can see, on Work It Windy, the last time she went off at 9-2. She's rarely been this high of a price in here, and she looks to be the speed of the speed. She gets away from Hot Middles, who's been in very good form for Tiana Richardville. Bob Dobbs, already a winner on the day. He had a very nice first-time starter that kicked off our late Fire 5 at 3-1, so Work It Windy could be the quickest of this group. And then your likely favorite, currently favored on the board at 6-5, is Imagine the Moon, but the 2 is the Kid Pataki. Is there plenty of upside here? There certainly is, 5-1, but this is the horse I do anticipate to take some action as they get near the starting gate in here. Was last seen on opening day, had a troubled trip, jumped a shadow midway through the turn, and hasn't been seen since. Did take a while to get back to the workout tab after racing opening day. Took a full month before the workout tab, but since then has been blowing holes in the wind in the morning with back-to-back bullets May 15th and May 22nd in here. I think there's upside with the Kid Pataki, but Imagine the Moon is your likely favorite. As a very nice field assembled in here for the Shelby County Handicap. It's the call to the post with John G. Dooley, the best in the business.
All right, cheers, Brian Aragoni. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Right now, 6-5 on the 9-time winner, Imagine the Moon. Rodney Prescott for Tony Duran. For Rancho Monarca arriving at the gate. It is now post time for the Shelby County. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Imagine the Moon. First to take her position in the starting gate, Shanghai Express. Alberto Burgos with a couple of wins on the card. Shanghai Express has joined Imagine the Moon, loading up. Simmer Bermudez with the Kid Pataki. Irving Moncada First run of the year for Brittany's Golden Faith. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., the pilot with See You in a Bit, coming up to take her spot. See You in a Bit. Luis Contreras with Gatling Girl drew 4. Here, all 9 run. Fast track over the 6 furlongs. We've had a beautiful day in town. Now, See You in a Bit has been installed, ready for Gatling Girl. Evan Roman with Work It Wendy. Gatling Girl joins the cast at 24-1. Just a bit reluctant, Gatling Girl. Work It Wendy's loaded. 2 back, Rainier Arietta with Bella Francesca. Ready for Bella Francesca. Match of the Moon, even money favorite. One more Fernando de la Cruz with Sakura's Quest. This filly's mare's field with 45 wins between them, all in line. And they're off in the Shelby County. Fast start for Sakura's Quest. Work It Wendy showing good speed, and here comes the Kid Pataki, who just heads them off for Simmer Bermudez. It's the Kid Pataki, has taken the lead for the run to the half-mile pole from Work It Wendy and Sakura's Quest. Rodney Prescott and Imagine the Moon comes charging up the rail now for a bid as they blaze into the far turn. See You in a Bit tracks them from 5th. Shanghai Express is 6th. Gatling Girl running in 7th. Then to the inside comes Brittany's Golden Faith in her first run of the year and beaten for pace. Bella Francesca trails the 9. The quarter was 6 ticks over 22. They have inside 3 to go. It's the Kid Pataki. Blazing the trail coming toward the quarter pole, the Kid Pataki in front as Sakura's Quest is trying to come with a bid, and right there in between horses as they come for home, Work It Wendy, the half mile in 44.86 seconds. It is the Kid Pataki. Imagine the Moon has a gaping hole to come through. Imagine the Moon as the Kid Pataki tries to tighten that up, but Rodney pushes Imagine the Moon through toward the inside to take the lead and kicks away from the Kid Pataki, the Shelby County. Imagine the Moon won by 2. The Kid Pataki was tracked down by Imagine the Moon. Work It Wendy was 3rd, and then Shanghai Express and Brittany's Golden Faith, 109.95. $109.95 for those disc staffers. 12753, the unofficial after the Shelby County first number 1, Imagine the Moon. Even money first for a 10th career win, beats home number 2, the Kid Pataki. 2-1 on the runner-up after the handicap. 7, Work It Wendy, 9-2 third. 18-1 on 5, Shanghai Express 4th. 21-1, 3, Brittany's Golden Faith was 5th. Sakura's Quest 6th. See You in a Bit ran 7th. Then a gap away. Even money, Imagine the Moon, Rodney Prescott for Tony Duran, Rancho Monarca, and there she is. She's now a 10-time winner. The result of the 8th race, the Shelby County official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 1, Imagine the Moon. Onto the veteran handling by Rodney Prescott. Imagine the Moon is a 6-year-old dark mare brown mare by Rennie's Image. Out of the Malibu Moon mare, the Moon and the Stars. For Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and Tony Duran. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the now 10-time winner, Imagine the Moon. 1-2 exacta paid $12 even. 50-cent trifecta, $9.35. 3-1 double paid $117. 50-cent pick 3, $88.40. 10-cent pentafecta, $21.27. Brittany's Golden Faith ran 5th. Shanghai Express was 4th in the handicap. 10-cent superfecta, 1275, paid $6.83. Winner's presentation after the Shelby County of 2026. Along with Senior Vice President of Racing for Caesars Entertainment, Joe Morris, joined by Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation after the Shelby County of 2026. 9th race ahead in 21 minutes time. In the William Henry Harrison, there are no changes, 9-run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double, and the final pick 3 of the day. Races 9, 10, and 11. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, hope you can join us next month celebrating local community. Shelby County Day will be celebrated here Wednesday, July 15th, featuring a special $2,500 Shelby County Legends Handicapping Contest, Mayor Scott Ferguson Classic, and much, much more. Celebrating local community, it's Shelby County Day here Wednesday, July 15th. Right now, Tony Duran joins in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Get set for it. Racing Rachel with Tony. It's Imagine the Moon.
The Shelby County goes to Tony and Katie Duran, who have bred, own, and trained Imagine the Moon, and I got it right this time. Last time, Katie let me have it for not picking her, but now she thinks I maybe jinx you guys, but I didn't today. What a performance from her.
She did run great. I know the first time I know she needed a race, and so she was pretty tight today.
Yeah, but she put up a nice third, even though you felt like she needed one. I bet you were really tickled to death with that.
Yes, she did. She tried really hard every time, yes.
You can tell that she does, and she'll have much more success in the future, I'm sure. Congratulations, Tony.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you guys, we've got another one, so stick around. It's the William Henry Harrison.
And they're off in the Shelby County. Fast start for Sakura's Quest. Work it Windy showing good speed, and here comes the Kid Pataki, who just heads them off for Simmer Bermudez. It's the Kid Pataki. Has taken the lead for the run to the half-mile pole from Work It Wendy and Sakura's Quest. Rodney Prescott and Imagine the Moon comes charging up the rail now for a bid as they blaze into the far turn. See What a Bit tracks them from 5th. Shanghai Express is 6th. Gatling Girl running in 7th. Then to the inside comes Brittany's Golden Faith in her first run of the year, beaten for pace. Bella Francesca trails the 9. The quarter was 6, ticks over 22. They have inside 3 to go. It's the Kid Pataki. Blazing the trail, coming toward the quarter pole, the Kid Pataki in front as Sakura's Quest is trying to come with a bid, and right there in between horses as they come for home, Work It Wendy, the half mile in 44.86 seconds. It is the Kid Pataki. Imagine the Moon has a gaping hole to come through. Imagine the Moon as the Kid Pataki tries to tighten that up, but Rodney pushes Imagine the Moon through toward the inside to take the lead and kicks away from the Kid Pataki, the Shelby County. Imagine the Moon won by 2. The Kid Pataki was tracked down by Imagine the Moon.
Work It Wendy was third, and then Shanghai Express.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where Imagine the Moon takes the $100,000 Shelby County handicap. We've got another $100,000 handicap coming up real quick, and it kicks off today's $5 late thoroughbred daily double, 15% takeout, $5 minimum, and it's been paying dividends certainly to horse players all season long. And this one is quite rags to riches because we've got $100,000 on the line to kick off the first one, and then we go back out to the turf course in here, or the next race, in which we've got two big fields. So we settled the girls' race with Imagine the Moon. Now the boys take the main stage with $100,000 on the line for the William Harrison Henry handicap in here. And let's take a look at this field of 9 set to go to the post. I usually try not to take favorites, and frankly, I wasn't sure where the money was going to land with Tiz Eddie after throwing in a true clunker last time out. But Tiz Eddie has just faced significantly tougher competition than some of these others have in here that have been at the allowance ranks. Tiz Eddie is an Indiana bred who was faced with a tall task off of a lengthy layoff. Seen since August 14th going into their 2026 debut on May 13th. And despite this Indiana gelding facing open company, was still bet down to even money that day. And it was a salty group. I mean, Invictus, a real race horse, and Miracle Worker, as well as Sir Baji, who's another Indiana bred. And frankly, both Indiana breds, if my memory serves me correctly, went off 1-2 in the wagering that day. And they did ultimately give way to the open company horses, but they were off a long layoffs. It was a starting point for a group that has high expectations, and Tiz Eddie was as consistent as they come last season, banking over $109,000 with 3 wins from 6 starts, hitting the board in all 6 races. And he didn't win his debut last year. He ran on opening day, showed speed, just kind of stayed on, couldn't carry it through the line, and then he came back and absolutely dominated. He was favored in this race last year. He lost to CJ Storm and Mondevilla, who are also entered in here. But one thing that maybe is of concern is he had 2 races under his belt last year and still didn't win. This year he's only got 1 race, and despite being even money, he showed speed, just kind of stayed evenly in one pace when the real running started. But I do have him on class alone in here at 7-5. He's certainly the one to beat, but a horse who could be the one to bet could be a horse like Hawkeye. Was 4 for 6 last season. Kind of a horse who just continued to amaze and surprise and impress because he wasn't valued very high. In fact, he got through his maiden condition. They were at the allowance level, non-winners of 2 for some time, and then they dropped down to claiming 15. They got the win there. They went back up to the allowance ranks, N1X, dominated yet again, then N2X, and just continued to rack up wins. Then he took on open company, and he dominated Chocolate Moose and El Dandy with a monster effort back in August of last season. He went off a little bit off form after a sloppy race in a tough one in which he faced Linzer, who's gone on to face Stakes Company over in Kentucky multiple times. This season, he got a start under his belt and was really never a factor. He never picked up his feet, really never ran, but my guess would be there were better days ahead. They did have the apprentice rider aboard that day. Now they're going to get Gutierrez aboard, who no longer is carrying the 5-pound weight break. He carries 124 now in this race as well. So Hawkeye has every right to continue to improve. I know I wasn't very flattering about his last 3 races, but he was dominant last season, and I'm willing to forgive that one lone start here earlier this year. It was on a good, muddy, cuppy surface that we had after some rain here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And one thing I do know is when the big money comes to play, guys like John Heron certainly have their horses ready to rock and roll, and that could be the case in here with Hawkeye at 5-1, a great value player for a horse who loves to win. 5 wins from 15 starts. The 5 is Mondevilla, Randy Klopp, and Alberto Burgos. Is Klopp looking to stay atop that rider standing or trainer standings? It's gotten certainly a lot more competitive over the past couple of weeks here. And like Hawkeye with 5 wins from 15 starts, Mondevilla right there as well. This 4-year-old gelding likes to win, does have 2 races under their belt so far in the 2026 season. Debuted in an overnight stakes race here on April 7th on opening day, in which Sleepy got the lead, the stablemate, and nobody stopped. They just kind of went merry-go-round around, and then ran here in another overnight handicap, the One Smooth Operator handicap, May 13th, in which they moved up to challenge right at the top of the lane, 3 wide. They ran well. They stayed on. Just nobody was getting the Zolo. Zolo got a great trip that day and was overall much the best. They also lost to Slam Dunk Justice, who went off at about 30-1, broke sharply when the favorite didn't fire, and ultimately Slam Dunk Justice held on. I think Mondavilla could be a horse who, at 4 years old, is just taking a while to get back into the swing of things, has run 2 very good races, maybe overlooked in here after breaking from the very outside the last 2 times. I think they should fit in this group. They've got speed, and therefore they've got a big chance, especially with Burgos aboard, for Randy Klopp in here. But all the money is coming in on Tiz Eddie and Thomas Medina. We'll see if Tiz Eddie is the real deal or not, as there's a $100,000 on the line. The handicap coming at you next.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell, with 3 minutes to post time, has the call for riders up for the William Henry Harrison. Here they come. Stepping onto the track for the 9th race, the William Henry Harrison. This handicap at 6 furlongs, a field of 9, no changes. The one is Mr. Chaos with Irving Moncada. First run of the year for the son of Turbo Compressor. He's a 9-time winner. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for Judy Dorse and Ken Sentel. Number 2, Tiz Eddie. Partnered again with Sammy Bermudez. Trained by Tomas Medina for owner Ellen K. Hobson. 3, here's Hawkeye with Jose Gutierrez for Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of trainer John Heron. Number 4, CJ Storm with Amir Mendoza. One of the John Heron trio here in the William Henry Harrison. Postword for Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, Janet Watt and Charles Watt, the ownership. Number 5 is Mondavilla with Alberto Burgos, trained by Randy Klopp. This 5-time winner is owned by Liz Klopp and Jill M. Patrick. 6, Oil Man. Micah Meeks riding the 2nd Randy Klopp. 4-time winner, owned by Indiana breeder Liz Klopp. 7, Commander Storm with Joseph Bimmer for Michael J. Ryan's Clabbermore Stable LLC and John Heron's Heron Thoroughbreds LLC. 8 is McAdoo with Fernando de la Cruz. Danny Simpson trains for Amy and John DePario. And number 9 is Slam Dunk Justice with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Postword for Steve H. Lewis and the White and Turquoise Stars and Cap and Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. All 9 run the field for the 2026 William Henry Harrison. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Another 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager featured here. And it starts the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double, final pick 3 on an 11 race card. Fast and firm and due off real soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the William Henry Harrison Handicap. Second of our premier races on the day. Going in, Irving Moncada with Mr. Chaos making his first run of the year. Alberto Burgos with Mondavilla. We're loading up. Micah Meeks with Oil Man, Navy Silks in a Navy cap. Simon Ramirez with Tiz Eddie taking his position within the starting gate. Joseph Biermer, Commander Storm, is one of the John Harron three. Jose Gutierrez with Hawkeye. Hawkeye went in well. Amir Mendoza with CJ Storm, like Hawkeye and Commander Storm. They're the John Harron trio. Fernando Little Cruz with McAdoo, so stand by at 6 furlongs on a fast track. One more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Slam Dunk Justice. Shelby County went at 109.95. They're in the game. They're off. Racing in the William Henry Harrison. Fast start for Slam Dunk Justice and Hawkeye. Also out to a rip-roaring start, and here's Hawkeye for Jose Gutierrez. Hawkeye spearheads them from Slam Dunk Justice, and Mr. Chaos making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's in a black cap and right off of Hawkeye's heels. Mr. Chaos is caught in a trap with on the outside Oil Man up into 4th. Blazing past the half-mile pole, Tiz Eddie in tight quarters. Tiz Eddie checks off of heels. Loses some ground. McAdoo in the meantime comes up in the clear as they round the far turn. There comes Mondavilla with CJ Storm as they go through the final 3 furlongs, and Commander Storm is in the back of the field. The quarter was 21.92. Hawkeye setting the quarter pole alight as Slam Dunk Justice is right there with McAdoo, and toward the inside, Oil Man. Here come the Hoosiers. Slam Dunk Justice charging after Hawkeye, whose half mile was 44.53 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. Hawkeye staring at 1 more 16th. He's trying to lug in. But still, Hawkeye kept to the mission, and he's spurted clear by 5 with but yards to go. Here's Hawkeye. And Hawkeye has won by 5 in the William Henry Harrison from CJ Storm. Oil Man was 3rd, Slam Dunk Justice 4th, McAdoo was 5th. Hawkeye in 109.56 blazing seconds. $109.56. 34698 after the William Henry Harrison. 3 Hawkeye. 6-1 first. Crushed it. 4 CJ Storm, 13-1 on the runner-up there. 6 Oil Man, 42-1 third under Micah Meeks. 9 Slam Dunk Justice, 9-2 chase the winner. 46-1 on McAdoo. 5th. Tiz Eddie was 6th. Had trouble a half mile from home. Mr. Chaos back in 7th. And there's the gray Mondavilla. We trail back to Commander Storm. Hawkeye was one of John Harron's 3. Son of Storm's Eye. Hawkeye at 6-1 in the William Henry Harrison. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 3 Hawkeye with Jose Gutierrez. Hawkeye, a 5-year-old big gelding by Storm's Eye out of Indian Run by Indian Charlie. The now 6-time winner for John Harron Thoroughbreds NLC. Leading owners this meet, Harron Thoroughbreds. A trainer, John Harron. Hawkeye just blitzed them at 109.56 in a gate-to-wire William Henry Harrison win. Gathering for the winner's presentation after the 2026 William Henry Harrison, the second of our premier races on the day. Presentation along with Senior Vice President of Racing for Caesars Entertainment, Joe Morris, Director of Racing and Racing Secretary at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary, Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation to the connections of Hawkeye, John Harron, Harron Thoroughbreds, 109.56. Hawkeye, it's official. Hawkeye capped off a 50-cent pick 3. 3-4 exacta, $128. 50-cent trifecta, $494.30. 1-3 double, $70.60. The 10-cent superfecta paid $709.77. The pick 3, $185.85. And the 10-cent pentafecta for $5,950.98. McAdoo was 5th. 3-4-6-9-8, 109.56. All 9 ran in the William Henry Harrison. 10th of 11, 20 minutes away. Course firm. Turf rail at 36 feet. Scratch 1 degree of risk. And for Lincoln Highway, there'll be no pentafecta on the next one. No 10-cent Grand High 5. Scratch the pentafecta. Scratch 1 degree of risk and for Lincoln Highway. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Final double of the day. Post time will be at the top of the hour. Harron Thoroughbreds tops the owners ranks here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. John Harron right there toward the top of the trainers meet standings. And John joins Racing Rachel for an interview after the William Henry Harrison.
CJ did. I said that on Steve Bick today. CJ won this last year, and I did have him in my picks, and John's giving me grief because I didn't have Hawkeye, but I didn't think he was – I mean, he went to the lead and looked back, and he has nice early speed, but some of the other ones have a little bit more, and I just didn't – I thought maybe he'd have to battle more, but he won it easy.
Yeah, he ran huge today. He's been training really well, and like CJ and Commander Storm, all three have been training really well. We didn't know which one was going to win. That was the problem. So we knew one of them would win, but at least
tell him the original plan.
That was the original plan. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 was the original plan, and he went 1, 2. So hey, I like it. Definitely. Tell me though a little bit about this guy because I know CJ Storm, but is he seems very calm though.
He's by the same sire. So is the other one. All Storm's Eye. Yeah. They're really professional horses. You know that Storm. They got that Storm Cat blood, and it's like. Just let me roll, yep. And that's it. That's what they are. They're a lot of speed, yep. Very sound, a lot of class, yep. Nice horses.
And they just look so good. Well, congratulations, John. You've had a really great last year, and it looks like you're on schedule to have another one.
We're doing okay. We got a nice stable over there.
Don't worry, I won't jinx you.
We'll be we'll hopefully keep rolling.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, stick around. We've got more races. We have one more maiden race, which is the anchor to the Late Fire 5. I'm going to go over that. And then we do have a quarter horse event that Martha's going to go over. And we've got 12 tomorrow, so strap in for some Indiana fun, you guys. We still got more.
29.95. They're in the game. They're off. Racing in the William Henry Harrison. Fast start for Slam Dunk Justice and Hawkeye. Also out to a rip-roaring start, and here's Hawkeye for Jose Gutierrez. Hawkeye spearheads them from Slam Dunk Justice, and Mr. Chaos making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's in a black cap and right off of Hawkeye's heels. Mr. Chaos is caught in a trap with on the outside Oil Man up into 4th. Blazing past the half-mile pole, Tiz Eddie in tight quarters. Tiz Eddie checks off of heels. Loses some ground. McAdoo in the meantime comes up in the clear as they round the far turn. There comes Mondevilla with CJ Storm as they go through the final 3 furlongs, and Commander Storm is in the back of the field. The quarter was 21.92. Hawkeye setting the quarter pole alight as Slam Dunk Justice is right there with McAdoo, and toward the inside, Oil Man. Here come the Hoosiers. Slam Dunk Justice charging after Hawkeye, whose half mile was 44.53 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. Hawkeye staring at 1 more 16th. He's trying to lug in. But still, Hawkeye kept to the mission, and he spurted clear by 5 with but yards to go. Here's Hawkeye. And Hawkeye has won by 5 in the William Henry Harrison from CJ Storm. Oil
9 minutes to race 10 here at Horseshoe, Indiana. You know, Tammy and I were just talking a minute ago about Jose Gutierrez and what a talented rider he is. That was a wonderful win for John Horan, who just went 1-2 in the Shelby County. And then congratulations to the Durans. I just want to take a minute to tell you guys, and I'm not just saying this because Itoba is one of my best sponsors, but also just because I am a Indiana Thoroughbred owner as well. Aren't I? So anyways, I just want to let you guys know the first and second place finishers from the last race. Imagine the Moon cost $5,500 and CJ Storm I think cost $6,500. Both of those horses have made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, Imagine the Moon definitely has to be up to 300s, and CJ Storm before that was up to 351. So now, how much more does CJ Storm have now, John, since he just got second there? He's got to be up to 400 or close to 400 now. He's gone over that now, John, thanks, after that second place finish. So just very, very good program to get into. Our racehorses are very affordable. Get a few friends and come to the Itoba sale. If you've ever been interested in horse racing, come on down. I'll be hanging out there. It's in the fall, and we'll tell you guys a little bit closer, but it definitely pays. And it paid John. He got 1-2 there for those Indiana breds winning that race. The 10th race is an allowance optional claiming for 50, and as I've been saying, it's a very important race. It is the anchor of the pick 5. The 1, as you can see on the board, is out, as well as the 4 here, and I'm going to go with the 2, Noises Off. Noises Off gets Evan Roman up for Palo Lobo. I always take notice when Palo's here. His horses are very well mint. This one's coming out of races on the grass. We are a mile and 16th on the turf today, and the turf has just been looking and playing phenomenally. This horse is coming from all Kentucky. This horse has never ran on Indiana turf. Ran the distance of a mile and 16th 5 times and had a couple of seconds. What I really like about Noses Off and why I gave him the edge over the 5 is, like I told you guys, you can see on our tote board, we have partnered with DRF for AI Allen, time form, spotlight numbers, and I just, I knew DRF numbers and buyer numbers before. This time form has really, I love it. And maybe it's because I'm younger and I got into this, it was, I'm not younger anymore, but, 15 years ago. I'm not maybe as old school as some, but I do just love these. And this one has a spotlight rating of 113. That takes into account a lot of things. The buyer speed figures is just speed figures. Spotlight takes into account everything in that race. So he's got a sit off the pace kind of style, but does have nice speed, and I think he's going to like the Indiana turf. Let's go to the 5. The 2's 3-2, so let's go to the 9-5 for my exacta, which is Siesta Key. Not only did I grow up spring breaking in high school at Siesta Key with my friends, but this is a Godolphin bred. This is a Godolphin owned, and this is a Brad Cox trained. And Ricky, as one of my favorites, is definitely, handling these horses really well. He had a win already, so Ricky's looking for a double for the barn today. This is an Into Mischief. He looks phenomenal, but all Ricky's horses do, whether they've just shipped in or Ricky's had them for a while. And they're all classy. Ricky knows what he's doing. He keeps these horses calm and ready to go, and you can see that this guy is no different. He's a 4-year-old gelding. He's ran 9 times, a couple of seconds, and a first. Again, the same thing for Siesta Key. Been at Churchill, been at Kentucky Downs and Ellis Park, Turfway. I think this one's going to like the Indiana turf, is trying it for the first time. I really like the 6 as a little bit of a long shot, 6-1. Dr. Ruben M. Irving Moncada, I guess because I speak Spanish and know a little bit of Spanish and French, and he's a guy. I always want to say Mancado. Chile had to tell me it's Irving Moncada. I said it right. Are you proud? Doug O'Neill trains a 4-year-old gelding by Vino Rosso. This one is coming out of allowance, claiming for 50, just missed by a little over a length last time. Kind of got an inside trip, and that was, on Indiana dirt. It got taken off. I'm sure they're tickled to death today. to be back on there. This one has an early speed rating of 124. That is the highest of any of these last races. If any of these races today have showed you, get early, loose on the lead, and it is definite advantage. And I think that the 6, Dr. Ruben M, has a shot for that. Does he have enough speed to hold on, though, after that early pace in this long race of a mile and a 16th? We surely will find out. In the past, when he's been at this distance, he hasn't done too well. I think he likes a mile or 7 furlongs a little bit better. But that 124 I could not ignore, and I'll take 6-1 over the favorite any day. 256 is my selections here in the 10th. This is the final thoroughbred race, and we'll figure out what the pick 5 is going to pay after this. And then we do have the 11th, a quarter horse event, coming up after this. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 10th race. Second to last race of the day. Final one on the turf course, firm, rail at 36 feet. Here a field of 6 over the mile and a 16th distance. Scratch 1 degree of risk and take out the 4 Lincoln Highway. There's no pentafecta. Scratch the 1 and the yellow 4. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Final double. 2 minutes to post time. Firm and fast. Noting in race 11, closing out the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Race 11. There was an also eligible 11 Ocean Master. Overweights in race 11. 3 is +7, 4 +4, 7 +6, 9 Lavish Sintacha +6, and the 10 Savage Chef 7 over. 1 minute. For a final time here today to cross over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll close out the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash on the fast track. Course firm and going over. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Evan Roman with Noises Off. Irving Moncada with Dr. Ruben M. Now Vincent Chamonix with the Minkster. Amir Mendoza, partners Bourbon Society loaded. The Minkster joins, 2 back. Fernando de la Cruz with Siesta Key in the royal blue. Over the mile and 8/16th and one more. Overstatement. Would be a hat trick of wins on the card for Alberto Burgos. Well then. They're off. Bourbon Society with Noises Off. Dr. Ruben M. The Minkster with Overstatement and Siesta Key as they make their way toward the first turn. And with Amir Mendoza. Bourbon Society just leads out from Dr. Ruben M., who's right there with Bourbon Society as they turn. Nearest the inside is Noises Off, was vying for third with the Minkster. Then comes Overstatement, and Siesta Key has dropped back to last. They have 6 furlongs to run. These two out in front, Bourbon Society and Dr. Ruben M. right up there with the front runner for Irving Moncada. It's Dr. Ruben M. outside of Bourbon Society as they go up the back. They've come 7 clear here from the early stages with the Minkster tracking them from third now for Vincent Chamonix. With Evan Roman, Noises Off is running in fourth. Alberto Burgos in Overstatement second to last under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. Siesta Key still trails the Sextet on the Caesar sod, the half mile in 46.05 seconds. They make their way into the far turn. Bourbon Society in a head-to-head battle with Dr. Ruben M. Bourbon Society and Dr. Ruben M. remain locked in battle with inside 3 furlongs to go. Here comes Noises Off. Noises Off first to attack Dr. Ruben M. and nearest the inside, Bourbon Society under pressure as they come toward the top of the stretch after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 9.71 seconds, Noises Off has swept ahead for Evan Roman. Noises Off leads them down toward the last. The Minkster moving up between horses with a bid, and here's Overstatement coming with a long run. Siesta Key is just picking up those back markers. They come past the 16th with Evan Roman for Polo Lobo. Noises Off leads home. Overstatement to win by 3. Siesta Key was third, and the Minkster finished fourth. One 40.46, 2857, 2 Noises Off. 6 to 5 first at the off. 8 Overstatement at 12 to 1 was the runner-up. Number 5 Siesta Key, 9 to 5 third, and the 7 the Minkster, 5 to 1 fourth. We trail back to Dr. Ruben M. and Bourbon Society. 140.46, Evan Roman for Polo Lobo, Bon Chance Farm. The 6-year-old son of Candy Ride. Noises Off. 10th race of 11 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 2 Noises Off, and there's Evan Roman getting on the Wednesday score sheet. Noises Off is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Candy Ride. Out of Uziel by Harlington Polo Lobo. Trains for Bon Chance Farm LLC. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Bon Chance Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Noises Off. To eat exacta, return $33. 50-cent trifecta, $18.35. 3-2 double, $144 even for that $5 last call thoroughbred double. The Minkster was 4th. Gets into the frame for the superfecta. Paid $7.99 for the 10-cent superfecta. 2857. Noises Off, capped off. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba for $1,113.30. The pick 3, $32.45, and the 50-cent late fire 5 paid $2,277.55. 6 ran, 140.46. Last one, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. There wasn't also eligible, so take out the 11. Overweights, the 3 plus 7. 4 plus 4. 7 Hasta La Vista, 6 pounds over. The 9 is 6 pounds over, and the 10 Savage Chef plus 7. Scratch the AE. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10 said quarter horse only pentafecta. Last of the day, post time 7:26. All in. They're off. Bourbon Society with Noises Off, Dr. Ruben M. The Minkster with Overstatement and Siesta Key as they make their way toward the first turn. And with Amir Mendoza, Bourbon Society just leads out from Dr. Ruben M., who's right there with Bourbon Society as they turn. Nearest the inside is Noises Off, who's vying for third with the Minkster. Then comes Overstatement, and Siesta Key has dropped back to last. They have 6 furlongs to run. These two out in front, Bourbon Society and Dr. Ruben M. right up there with the front runner for Irving Moncada. It's Dr. Ruben M. outside of Bourbon Society as they go up the back. They've come 7 clear here from the early stages with the Minkster tracking them from third now for Vincent Chamonix. With Evan Roman, Noises Off is running in 4th. Alberto Burgos in Overstatement second to last under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. Siesta Key still trails the Sextet on the Caesars sod, the half mile in 46.05 seconds. They make their way into the far turn. Bourbon Society in a head-to-head battle with Dr. Ruben M. Bourbon Society and Dr. Ruben M. remain locked in battle with inside 3 furlongs to go. Here comes Noises Off. Noises Off first to attack Dr. Ruben M. and nearest the inside, Bourbon Society under pressure as they come toward the top of the stretch after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 9.71 seconds, Noises Off has swept ahead for Evan Roman. Noises Off leads them down toward the last. The Minkster moving up between horses with a bid, and here's Overstatement coming over the long run. Siesta Key is just picking up those back markers. They come past the 16th with Evan Roman for Polo Lobo. Noises Off leads home. Overstatement to win by 3. Siesta Key was third, and the Minkster finished fourth. Well, Wednesdays are for winning here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. For all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors sticking around under the awning, congratulations to today's winners of Racing Rachel's Warriors. Picking up the $100 top prize in cold hard cash, Jim Bernardini. The silver medal and $75 to John Seawright. Racing Rachel's Warriors contest every Wednesday for our on-track players at the First Floor OTB. Railbird's gift shop open today too. And third place going to Joseph Jankovic, picking up $25. There's the top three, Jim, John, and Joe, picking up the top prizes in Racing Rachel's Warriors. Thanks for sticking around, y'all.
Well, 11 races today. What do you think about that? We love it. And I'm going to definitely talk about the contenders in our final race of today. It's a 2-year-old quarter horse maiden. But before I do, oh my gosh, I have to congratulate the connections of Mr. Michael from yesterday's 18th victory in his storied career. He is a true Indiana legend. Mark Michael, who bred him, the son of Kiss My Hawks, and everybody in the family, Alberto Valadez, who owns him, Claudio Barazza, who trains, and Edgar Diaz, who just rides him perfectly each time out. It was a really it was a nice thrill, and of course it was the Carter Riley overnight stakes, so it was nice to see him out there presenting the trophy. So onward and upward. You know, for me, the reason I get so excited about Mr. Michael is because I've seen a lot of quarter horses that were champions at 2, as he was. He won the Miss Roxy Little Futurity, and oftentimes they go on to win stakes at 3, sometimes 4. But he's 7 years old. And so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I mean, that's really, really a huge accomplishment. And I salute the entire team for his success. Okay, well, now we've got some babies coming up in this race. These are 2-year-olds. There's only one in the field that has had a start. So all we can really go with would be the connections, the pedigree, and of course, how they did in the training races that we've held in April and early May. And I'm telling you, those are a great barometer of how a horse might do in his first start, his or her first start. So let's go and talk about some of my top contenders. And I'm going to begin with number 3, and that's Apolitical Trace CR, one of 2 juveniles trained by Tim Eggleston. Currently, Tim Eggleston and Tony Cunningham are tied, I believe, with 8 wins each. It's going to be a battle to the end for these 2 prolific quarter horse trainers, so it's going to be fun to watch. Anyway, this is a gelding by Trace Sace, owned by Patty Marshall. She's the owner of Red-Headed Beach, the only horse in Indiana history that won 3 futurities in one season. So Patty and Tim combine very nicely with their runners. And of course, Rolando Pena will be in the saddle. The training race win on May 8th was pretty good, 14.20 seconds for the 350 sprint. And I think, like I say, this has been a barometer and it's been a good one. So that's going to be my top choice. Next, we're going to number 9, and that's Lavish Sin Tacha. Now, this is a filly that had a start previously. She made her debut here on May 7th, and she ran a respectable 3rd for trainer Hector Sanchez. Nicely bred filly by Dulce Sin Tacha. I talked about Dulce Sin Tacha, who was a Grade 1 winning quarter horse, but also sire-wise prolific first and crop second production. These horses have just been winning gobs once they're sired by Dulce Sin Tacha, who actually, in case I never mentioned before, he's a son of Just Good Candy, who was an All-American Futurity winner. It's just a very good stallion, obviously. Francisco Quintero, who rode the horse for the first time, will be aboard this filly again today. Okay, so that was number 9. Now we're going to go to number 6, Red Sleeve, training race winner on April 24th for Claudio Barazza and rider Edgar Diaz. You know how these 2 combined. This is a colt by One Sweet Jess, owned by Campos Family Ventures. They were the leading owner here back in 24 as well as 25, so that's another huge team that has accomplished so much so far at Horseshoe Indy. Okay, so that's number 6, Red Sleeve debut for Claudio Barazza. And we'll round up my my superfecta with number 2, and that's Del Rey's Freight Train, who's going to debut this afternoon for conditioner Ron Raper. Christian Benaloza, who has been riding really well for Ron this season, has the call. And this is a gelding by Freight Train B, very popular. Gosh, a lot of winners at Remington Park, more than I can count. And then the dam is a mare by Stoley. So a lot of good pedigree there. 3962 for my top 4. Yesterday we couldn't have the quarter horse pentafecta. We didn't have enough horses, but this even with the scratch of the 11, we've got a nice field. So got to go for that quarter horse pentafecta. It pays so well. And I would make a recommendation of number 5, Lean on Me. Okay, John G. Dooley, if the horse comes in the money, we're going Bill Withers on that one. He loves the oldies, the Commodores and all that stuff. John does. But anyway, Lean on Me is the son of Kiss My Hawks, trained by Tony Cunningham. 2 training races, no wins, but 2 training races under his belt. So he figures for a partner at odds at 12 to 1, he'd be a good addition to your 10-cent pentafecta ticket, in my opinion. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow. We have 2 quarter horse races. And then Saturday, we've got a whole great live card for Belmont Day, but we're getting rolling early, 10:45 a.m. So set those alarms, and we'll see you tomorrow and also on Saturday.
The horses call postword for race 11. Last of the day, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. Scratch the also eligible 11 Ocean Master. Overweights, the 3 Apolitical Trace KR +7. 4 Hammer Down Cartel 4 over. Number 7 Hasta La Vista 6 over. 9 Lavish Sintacho +6 pounds, and the 10 Savage Chef at 7 pounds to the listed program weight. The also eligible number 11 Ocean Master scratch from it. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10 cent quarter horse Pentafecta. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando Morin with JS Beach Boy. Red Sleeve joins JS Beach Boy. Now Del Rey's Freight Train. Del Rey's Freight Train went in well. Hasta la vista. Rolando Pena with Apolitical Tres KR. Went in okay to post 3. Apolitical Tres KR. Hammer Down Cartel in the black. Now Cool Kisses. Eduardo Luna Diaz tied with Danny Martinez with 8 wins at the top of the quarter horse rider standings this meet. Cool Kisses went in well. Lavish Sentacha, Lean on Me. Rosito Benuenos, Lean on Me. With a 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. Others standing well, waiting for Lean on Me. Lean on Me like Savage Chef, both for Tony Cunningham here to close out the card. Now Danny Martinez, co-leading jockey with 8 wins. Up comes Savage Chef. First to a dozen tomorrow from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Savage Chef. All in, ready to roll. Off the Wednesday finale. Apolitical Tres KR away well. Nearest the inside, JS Beach Boy. Here comes Red Sleeve, but shifting in paths. And Cool Kisses on the outside with Lavish and Tacha. It's Red Sleeve and JS Beach Boy. They lead in the maiden juvenile. Red Sleeve dive down at the wire to win it from JS Beach Boy and Cool Kisses. Then Lavish and Tacha and Savage Chef. Red Sleeve will take out the last of the day, and then it's a photo. Red Sleeve, a newcomer, Edgar Diaz or Claudio Barraza. Another meet win here for Campos Family Ventures. There's Red Sleeve. 5-1 in the finale. Close for the balance. Hold all bets. The judges have posted number 1, JS Beach Boy. 23-1, scrapes in for the runner-up spot. Red Sleeve beats JS Beach Boy. 8, Cool Kisses 3rd. 9, Lavish Sentacha 4th. And Savage Chef for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 6-1, 8, 9, 10, 15.825. Race 11, official. 6-1 exacta, $230.80. 50-cent trifecta, 6-1-8 paid $372.15. Cool Kisses was 3rd. The 2-6 double, 51.40, 10-cent superfecta, 6-1-8-9, $271.07. Lavish Sentacha ran 4th. Savage Chef was 5th. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta paid $3,679.83. 50-cent pick 3 was capped off by Red Sleeve for $94.40. Nice payout in that 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Martha always notes it. Savage Chef ran 5th in that 10-cent quarter horse Grand High 5. Returned $3,679.83. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is the 6 Red Sleeve. Debut winner into the hands of Edgar Diaz. Red Sleeve is a 2-year-old sorrel colt by One Sweet Jess out of KGB. Agent Data by Isa Special. Another win this week for Claudio Perazza. Edgar Diaz won yesterday's Carter Riley Overnight Stakes with the 18-time winner, Mr. Michael. Right back to the winner's circle they go. Here for Campos Family Ventures, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections to this newcomer, Red Sleeve, sailing right down to the quarter horse maiden juvenile ranks in 15.825. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in on YouTube. Love having you check us out on social media. Live racing resumes tomorrow. We have a dozen, one better than today. 12 races on tap tomorrow, the first of the 12 from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying, Buenos noches. Off the Wednesday finale. Apolitical Trace KR away well, nearest the inside, JS Beach Boy. Here comes Red Sleeve, but shifting in paths. And Cool Kisses on the outside with Lavish and Tacha. It's Red Sleeve and JS Beach Boy. They lead in the maiden juvenile. Red Sleeve dive down at the wire to win it from JS Beach Boy and Cool Kisses. Then Lavish.